Oh my gosh, hello. Hello, Gorge. You can hear me. I'm here. Everything's good. We're so solid. Look at us. Ready to go. I've got my coziness ready. Got my coffee, my beanie. You know, I'm strapped in. I'm ready to go. Hello, what's up, mama? Hump day. Yes. We're getting over the hump. I'm glad that you guys like the bugs. They're pretty adorable. They're not quite as active today because I recently gave them some food and then they obliterated it. So last stream, they had an apple core, they had all kinds of stuff in there. They were like, nom 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 nom. Right now, there's nothing in there because they devoured it all. So, yep, they're cuties. They're not my favorites. I think if I were to choose what species of isopod to put in there, it would not be those ones. Yes, it was an apple core. So what I did was I made wassail, wassail, however you want to say it. And part of that involves taking an apple and like removing as much of the core as you can. And then you put brown sugar inside. So did that. Thank you, Kitty Tick. Welcome in. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Ty Marinia, hello. When I serve it, offer people a cup of weasel. Nope. The chance to do that has passed. I've already served it. Or attempted to serve it. Not everybody wanted some. But I made delicious, hot, spiced apple cider. And I still have the ingredients to do it another time. I might go ahead and do it another time. That was kind of my plan, was I'm going to use half a gallon of this apple cider. And like half of these apples, save the orange for another time later. So mine was non-alcoholic. But it's Yule time, okay? Everybody else is like, Monday is Christmas. I don't really care about Christmas very much. I care more about the solstice and the other kinds of traditions that are not like directly related to Christmas. So for me, it's just like this entire season is just like, yeah, let's have a cozy winter time. It's kind of hard to have a cozy winter time when it's meant to like rain on Christmas. Like, I'm pretty sure I was kind of looking at the weather and it was like, oh yeah, we might have some rain over the weekend and on Christmas. And it's like, girl, it's so warm in December that it's going to be precipitating on Christmas weekend, but it's not going to be snowing. I didn't realize when I was going to do snowflake decorations around my house, which I have done. There are some snowflakes decorating my house. I was not thinking that this was going to be aspirational. I was actually kind of feeling like, oh, maybe I don't want to decorate with snowflakes because I don't even really like snow. And I'm like, I don't want to invite that kind of cold energy. Not a white Christmas, but a clear Christmas. Yeah, exactly. Cursed knowledge. Yeah, no worries, Kitty. We appreciate you. They were being sleepy boys. Yeah, they were being good. They're kind of aggressive toward each other. It's crazy. I don't really care about the isopod species specifically. Like, I care about the ones that my partner and I went to the park and, like, picked out for ourselves. And then I have these other ones, and I've been caring for them and stuff. But the only species I've ever found myself really wanting is one that costs, like, $300 or $400 for a batch of 5. Like, 5 individual ones. They're spiky. I'll show you them, actually. They look really cool. Sorry, we're doing the thing at the beginning of the stream where we just kind of chill and hang out. So if you're new here, apologies. Hit the like button and then leave. But, we always kind of chill first, and then we'll get into the actual news a little bit later. Probably in about an hour. Well, at this point, like 45 minutes. Spiky isopod. These guys are just insufferably cute. Look at that. And a lot of them are really tiny too. But yeah, they're adorable. They have these little spikes. Oh, can we buy some more pixels for that one, please? Anyhoozle. So, I don't know. I like them, but it's like, leave it to me to want like a ridiculously expensive, pointless thing. I'm definitely not gonna get any. I can want things and not indulge myself. So that's just one of those ones that's gonna live. It's gonna live in the back of my mind forever. Don't worry about it. So, does anybody have any plans for Christmas coming up? I don't really have any plans for Christmas. I'm pretty much just gonna hang out. It occurred to me that I made such a big deal out of making a Thanksgiving dinner, but I have absolutely zero plans or idea of what should constitute a Christmas dinner. Like, should I make a Christmas dinner? I don't know. I am not sure. Beta are a special interest of mine, but the kind I want for my plant-focused tank are like $400 a piece and hard to find ethically. Oh, God. Mama. Thank you for the $10 dono, Mama. She says, don't ask why the money is sticky. I am not going to ask any questions. I know nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I'll just wear gloves. No worries, Thank you. Much appreciated. Merry Christmas. Oh, goodness. Oh, gosh. Gonna see my small family, the ones who are not transphobic and still talk to me, aka about 5 people. Hey, well, with a gathering of only 5 people, there's only like a 20% chance that one of you is gonna have COVID. So, that's not the worst odds. Money is money. If it's sticky, that just makes it harder to lose. True. It'll just stick to the inside of the wallet. It's gonna be much harder to get it out. I've known like old truckers who have like a regular leather wallet, and then they take a bunch of rubber bands and wrap it around their wallet so that it's like stickier in their pocket. I'm gonna eat trash with my mom while listening to communist music because that's the way to be. Christmas spirit at its peak. Absolutely. Still debating if I should drive to my family that hasn't seen me in ages. I don't even know how long before transitioning 6 years ago, so I will probably stay home. Yeah. It can be fun to show up different, but also, it could be quite an issue depending on what your family is like. So I guess if you want advice from me, it's going to be stay home and treat yourself, however is most indulgent and within your budget. I don't really have any specific plans except for hang out with my people and open the stockings and open the gifts, etc. I still have some preparations that I need to do. I tried really hard to like bust my ass and edit a lot today, and hopefully I'll be able to like finish and coalesce all of that work tomorrow and then not have to deal with it again for a few days so that I can actually shift my focus onto the Christmas preparations. Anybody have a plant-based alternative to the classic roast beast? Well, is it, so usually, what is it, a beef roast? I've never had roast beast. I don't know what that is, but I want to try to give you a reasonable alternative. My family party is apparently going to be about 40 people, but all crammed in a 2-bedroom apartment. You should tell them that you are sick and that you can't go. Oh, roast beast is fake. I see. Okay. I thought that you were just doing a spelling difference, maybe on like a type of roast beef dinner. Just doing the little Christmas with immediate family. I'm spared the big Christmas because a bunch of my stepdad's family is mad at my stepsister for not inviting them to her wedding. She made the right choice. That sounds like a Reddit, am I the asshole? Like just ready to go. Reddit, am I the a-hole? Anyhoozle, there's like 20 people in here. Hit the like button if you haven't already. We're going to chill for a little while longer and just kind of be cozy. And we'll start talking about the serious news in a little bit. If you have any suggestions for serious news, the easiest place for me to see them is going to be in the Discord. Oh my God, join the Discord, everybody. Oh yeah, I need to do myself a favor and record myself doing the like, subscribe. Oh my God, I need a new one of those to copy and paste in all my videos for the next month and a half. Hello, Venusian. Welcome in. I'm going to be taking a 6-hour train ride to my family. First time going in 6 years for the holidays, but my abuser was kicked out of the family. Hey, good going. That's a good question, Divini. What kind of music is considered communist, by the way? We had a page in the Discord that was talking about that. It got archived, but I am still able to go in there and find all the music that you guys consider to be communist. French commune songs, literally just commune music. I'm eating a veggie pizza, have some chips too, but they don't look that good, bit undercooked. If you're okay, I assume by chips you mean French fries. If you have soggy French fries, my highest rated recommendation, most highly rated, air fryer. If you have an air fryer and you want to, like, first of all, it has made it possible to have leftovers of your fast food, like reheated McDonald's chicken nuggets in the air fryer. Oh my god, delicious. French fries, super delicious in the air fryer. I have a pink dot by my name because of she, her pronouns. Shake my head, gender roles, I know. You gotta bring in Mitternacht for the pet advantage, like Shark 3O's subscribe outro. Oh, that's a good idea. I could be like, hey, real quick, me and my cat would like to ask you. In fact, he is not too far away right now. I could pick him up and force him to take part in this ritual. Okay, I'm gonna take a sippy sip of my coffee. Sip coffee. The joys of drinking decaf is that I can have coffee just pretty much any time of the day. Wonderful. Industrial scene can be oddly conservative considering the themes of the music. You would think that industrial would be pretty commie. Yeah, I agree. Wait till this chat is off screen or they'll know. I don't think that like people who are watching the videos later ever are reading the chat, unless it's because they maybe want to check if something that I've said is something that I was reading from one of you or not, which good luck, because some of the stuff that I'm reading is from a YouTube chat, which there's no replay. What industry is industrial music? It's like plumbers, right? Plumbers, industrial music. Same with the oi scene. Does that say oil? And I just have something on my screen making it look funky? Or does that say oi? The oi scene? Yeah, plumbers banging pipes together. That's pretty much what I think of whenever I think of industrial music. I'm imagining, like, the back rooms of a factory where there's, like, a bunch of steam and foggy moisture. It's oi with an exclamation mark. Okay, cool. Just trying to keep you from being the next subject of an H-bomb video. I'm doing my best. God. But I wasn't familiar with what oi is. It's either anarchist or Nazi, no in between, though. I'm assuming that's a genre of music that I just am deeply unfamiliar with. It's the concept of being the subject of an H-Bomber Guy video is just terrifying. It's like something looming across the horizon. Yeah, breaking news. Luxander exposed for working too hard. That's fucking true. I'm trying to, like, take more deliberate breaks, and, like, the past couple of nights I've, like, gone to bed a little bit early so that I can chill and just play my Switch. Pokemon Snap, y'all. It, honestly, it's like an okay game. I wonder if it is part of what's helping me get tired. It's like, well, this is kind of boring. H-Bomber Guy exits his slumber once a year, cancels a creator to oblivion, elaborate for 4 hours, leaves. Just, yep. He just comes in every once in a while to destroy someone's career, and then he just leaves for a bit. Supposedly he's got other stuff in the works. Supposedly. Stuff that is not exclusively cancel content. H-Bomber Guy is the worst kind of leftist. If that's how we're gauging the bad kinds of leftists, like somebody whose entire career right now is just like destroying other people's careers. I am joking. I think that it's funny, obviously, but it is amusing that he's like our most liked creator in the space, basically. And that is like the majority of what his content is now. Oh, goodness. We still love him. We still love him. H Bomber Guy stresses me out. IDKY. I like his energy. He's chill. I don't like, Cody Johnston. I don't watch him that much. His show, Some More News. Because, yeah, he stresses me out. But I like H Bomber Guy. To each their own. No worries. Oh, God. Okay, do we have anything, like, positive we need to catch up on before we shift over into the news? Ooh, someone in the Discord says, "Low, Saturnalia." Just checking to see what all we have in the stream recommendations channel, if there's anything I didn't add to my notes for today. Cody gotta be on something, and I need to know what for. Science. He just seems like he is fueled by pure rage, and I'm like, okay, I respect it, and we need that. I don't need that. All right? I don't need that energy. I'm good. I'm solid. When I donate, the PayPal receipt says it's going to PP Productions. How many PPs are you producing? I'm producing so many PPs. Wait, where is it? Yes, it is still on my desk. PPs. If I made packers, would people buy them, do you think? Is this the thing that I need to do? Is crochet packers? It wouldn't be that hard. But people like their silicone ones, so I don't know. Mine would be hella expensive compared to the silicone. Well, I don't know. Compared to silicone ones, compared to the shitty, like, the company doesn't really disclose what's in the plastic ones. Yeah, those you can get for like $12. But a nice silicone one's gonna be more expensive. I don't know. Crochet packer. The most vibes chaotic leftist YouTube I have seen is CJ. I don't know CJ, I guess. Or I don't know I need to know the name of channel. Open a sweatshop. If anyone complains, throw them in the soup. That's a bowl of brown right there. Need a bowl of soup. Oh man, coffee is just the best. You know what I'm saying here? I actually would fully buy a crochet packer. Okay, good. Good to know. The original reason why I made mine was because there are no packers that don't have balls, and I don't really want balls, so I don't want a packer that has balls. So that's why I made myself one. But I'm sure... Yeah, exactly, and you just pin it in place. Like, you just pin it to your underwear, and then you don't have to worry about it, like, twisting around or anything. Yeah, more trans-owned sweatshops. Girl Boss, Gatekeep, Gaslight, more trans-owned sweatshops. I'm intersex, I have enough bulge, I don't need balls. This is like the ideal product, dude. Yeah, so should I just sell... Should I not even make ones that have balls? I'm exclusively the one guy that you can buy ballless packers from. It's funny because when I say it, you don't know if I'm being ironic or not. I assume that you're being ironic. If you're being serious, though, you have to tell me. If you're a cop, you have to tell me. Balls are for sissies. I mean, fair enough. So maybe look forward to that in 2024. Maybe I'll get myself a little inventory of like 5 packers, and then I'll sell them. Just PP only packers. And they also, like, I decided not to... I could have made it a plushie thing that has like, like the foam stuff in it. But I decided to make it so that you could put a sock in there and then clean it. Easy peasy. Balls are so unnecessary. I already have chesticles. True. Yeah, it would be redundant. Jimsy, welcome back. I'm an undercover cop that is undercover as a cop but is actually an anarchist. Playing 5D chess here. I would want balls, but they'd have to produce sperm. So, right. Like, I do kind of understand. It's like, what is the point? Like, yeah, for some people, the aesthetic of having the balls is, like, important. But it's like, if they can't do the thing that they're supposed to do, what the fuck is the point? Like, oh my god, dude. I just don't want to deal with it. Then you gotta deal with, like, ball sweat and stuff, you know. It's complicated. I just want modular plug-and-play genitals. I know! Wouldn't that be lovely? Just fully modular, plug-and-play. The nerves... I don't know. I think that it would... You know how, like, Edward Elric in Full Metal Alchemist, when they do the nerve hookup so that he can control his arm and leg, it, like, hurts real bad, you know? I kind of feel like if you plugged in a whole new set of genitals, it would probably kind of hurt initially to do all the nerve reconnection. Excuse me. I'm gonna make some out of brass so they clack as you walk around. True. Call you Sparky. What if I want it to hurt? No. No. Hey, there's like 30 people in here. We're still chilling at the beginning of stream here. If you want to leave, that's fine, but hit like first, okay? And if you're here to chill and talk about cyborg detachable genitals, because that's the subject that we're on right now, enjoy. And hit the like button anyway. Just sci-fi hand wave it. Plug and play, techno babble, problem solved. Just blah, 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 blah. Would you consider a sack tap gender affirming? Oh, man. I mean, I guess for a guy, it would... I'm not a guy in that way, so I wouldn't, like, want to be part of this weird ritual where cis men hit each other in the balls. Like, that doesn't sound fun to me. But I don't know if that's, you know, I'm a male fail. That's a masculinity failure on my part. You just temporarily numb the nerves for a few seconds? Sure. Just a little boost of lidocaine. Pew! Even more gender-affirming care for Steven Crowder. Yes, exactly. Just like Data. Many pleasure settings and fully functional. He's fully functional and anatomically correct. Interesting. Brent Spiner. That's wonderful. Oh my goodness. No, not wanting to do that is perfectly normal. Fair enough. Salute. Well, you know, I'm kind of like, I guess what have I had going on this week? I don't really have anything burning on my mind that I want to share with you guys. I've just been really focused on I'm trying to get to a place with the editing. I'm always like 2 weeks behind somehow. And so I'm just trying to grind and grind and grind so that I can get to a place where I'm like, okay, I stream on Sundays and then I just edit all of that on Monday and it releases over the course of the next couple days. And then like same thing on Thursday where like I'll stream Wednesday night and then Thursday I just boom, edit everything, do all the Photoshop bullshit and then just queue it up for the next few days. Like that's my ideal work schedule. It's just such a struggle for me to get there because I'm like, oh, now that I have this whole text-based editing thing, I'm suddenly able to seek through and produce more individual segments. Oh, which, by the way, if you're here, hi, you get to be the first to know that I had a second channel that was called Luxapods, but I've changed the name of that. Now it's called Lux Plus, and that's going to be where I put, like, the non-political content, because I do think that it makes more sense to have, like, 2 separate spaces for that. So I have my separate channel now where I'm going to put not my gaming content. It may be the case that I end up with just 3 channels that I'm posting to semi-regularly, but my main channel has all my politics stuff. But since I keep going on all these tangents about, like, you know, homesteading and, like, just weird history stuff that I'm interested in. Like those things, when they're concise enough to be their own little video, I don't want to keep trashing those, so I'm just gonna start like putting those on a second channel. So maybe I should get you a link to that. If you're interested in subscribing to that, I should have it. Let's see. Okay. So this was my VOD channel, and it still has a lot of the VODs up. I need to go through and, like, change all the stuff that's on there, but if you're not subscribed to it and you want to be, thank you. What's up, Mersh? Welcome in. Yeah, now... when I look up Lux Plus, it gives me some luxury product channel with the same name. Yeah, it's, wait, why did that do that? Luxander, I wanted it to do Luxander Reel 2? Okay, yeah, it's supposed to be Luxander Reel 2. What's up, Kenzie? You can probably outgrow them, though. Yeah, my channel, my channel that had my VODs on it is, it's got 300... Here, it's this one. It's got 327 subscribers. And yeah, my VODs are still all up on here. I need to take those down. But I can't do it while I'm logged into my regular account doing stuff. So, yep. But that's going to be fun. I think it's going to be nice to have, like, a separate place. I think it would be very funny if, like, my channel that's going to be my second channel, it ends up being more popular because it's, like, it's more of a general interest kind of thing and not so politically oriented. That's going to be interesting to find out. So, follow over there if you want to make sure to support that work. If everyone could just shapeshift into anime girls at will, I think many, quote, normal people would jump on to being trans. I mean, I don't think that that's incorrect. I think for some people, the hesitance to transition is the permanence of it, you know? There are plenty of trans people I know who've refused to start hormones for a really long time, despite the fact that they, like, they are suffering a lot with their dysphoria because they're so afraid of the permanence of it. Like, they're so concerned that, like, oh, what if it's a mistake and I can't go back? Like, not realizing that, yeah, if you are on it for a short period of time, it's probably not going to do any permanent damage to you. And you'll usually know pretty quickly if it's going to work or not. So, yeah, I think that there are barriers to entry, and some of those barriers are just feeling like it's a line that once you've crossed, you can never return from. The null hypothesis. Oh, that's cute. That's funny. Now I need to drink water. Oh my goodness, babes. Always drink water. You can drink iced coffee all day. Okay, do you hear me, gays? You can drink iced coffee all day, but you need to drink water too. Why can't we not introduce school kids to trans pronouns until they're adults? What's up, Dilbert? Welcome in. If you're asking a serious question, I'm so happy to answer it, even though we are not here ready to discuss the main segment yet. That was going to be in a little bit, but I'll answer your question. Why can't we not introduce school kids to trans pronouns until they're adults? Because they are going to experience trans people in the world before the age of 18. Whether it's their fellow classmates coming out or, you know, seeing people in the media. And a lot of people out there are transphobic. Like, I would say there are going to be transphobic parents who teach their children that trans people are bad, right? So then, let's say that you have a kid and you're not teaching them anything about trans people. You're just trying to hide reality from them for some reason. And then they go to school and they hear one of their classmates like using anti-trans slurs and stuff. So if we aren't teaching the kids that like being trans is normal, then those negative influences are going to be the first thing that they come into contact with. And we especially don't want that to happen to children who are trans. Trans is pretty much an isolated Western phenomena. Yeah, but it's not. Like, with all due respect, my dude, it's not an isolated Western phenomena. It's been like recorded throughout human history. Like the Scythians, the Greeks, Native Americans, the Hijra, like indigenous groups all over the planet. You know, it's not new, and it would not take very long for you to go find more information about this. The only reason why you believe that being trans is a brand new thing is because during the era right before World War II, there was like a bunch of study going on of trans people, like looking into the whole, let's start, you know, officially sanctioning this because cross-dressing was illegal at the time. Let's start offering these people medical care and stuff. So the not the SS, but the less official SS, the Sturmabteilung in Germany, the Nazis, like they crashed and burned and probably killed the trans people and all the research that were there in Weimar, Germany, in Berlin, actually. So the reason why you in the modern day believe that being trans is this newfangled thing that has never happened before and it's totally an isolated phenomenon and it's like, ooh, this is only Western, that's because Nazis brainwashed all of society by destroying the research about us. So God bless. Merry Christmas. You're welcome. You do absolutely find trans people in the countries that you listed. Maybe they are being actively persecuted and have to hide themselves, or maybe they leave those countries and then transition. But, you know, I think that you're making shit up if you're just going to say that there just aren't trans people in any of these countries. You know, it's just very silly. It's just very silly, Dilbert. It's not a part of the culture. It's not a part of our culture either. In fact, American culture is very against the existence of trans people. So if your argument is that only permissive Western cultures are where trans people decide to be trans, then like that's not even true. Trans people like have a really hard time getting jobs, and we get kicked out by our families, and it's like pretty fucking hard to get medical care. So if you're trying to make an argument that people are only trans in indulgent, wealthy countries, then explain why people from like severely poverty-stricken economic backgrounds end up trans, even though being trans is going to almost certainly lock them in to an even worse economic situation. Do you think that it, like, legal persecution is the only way in which a society can dissuade trans people from being trans? Yeah, China bad. We so rarely have one of these people in the chat. Like, this guy subscribed to the channel because he's in the YouTube chat. You have to be subscribed to the channel in order to comment. So my point is not that trans does not exist. My point is that it does not exist as a norm in 80% of the globe. Being trans is not a norm anywhere in the world. It's not the norm in Canada. It's not the norm in the US. It's not the norm in the UK. It is a heavily restricted and gatekept and persecuted identity. Like, it's not a norm in the West. You're going to tell me that there have been like 500 or 600 bills across my country introduced in the last year or two, specifically trying to limit the rights of trans people and like attacking our existence in public by trying to make like public drag illegal. You know, like, you cannot tell me that it is a norm because you're kind of, by stating that it's a norm, you're saying that it's accepted. Trans is activity pushed by the US State Department. Okay, well, you're silly. You're very silly because it's not activity being pushed by the US State Department. I think that this is kind of the definition of delusional, and it's crazy because people call trans people delusional, but sweetheart, the US government does not want you to be trans. They don't. Like, they don't. They're about to pass, like, they're at least going to introduce, if not pass, legislation that restricts the rights of trans people to, like, participate in sports, for example. So you really, like, cannot reasonably say that it's being promoted. It's not really being promoted. Based US State Department anyway. I think the icon reflects the viewpoint. Oh, I know. Like, when I saw someone named Dilbert, I knew what I was getting into. I know what the author of Dilbert is like. You know? I seen it become a matter of accept it or else. Or else what? like, explain to me what you think the consequences are. Like, if you're trying to say the US government is pushing transness, like, and you have to accept it or else. What's the or else? Like, what consequence is being threatened upon you right now? Because the world that I live in, which is the real world, is that I am misgendered all the time because, like, nobody is gonna... Well, actually, someone did reflexively they, them me at the grocery store recently. It was pretty nice. I appreciated it because it's not like I wear a fucking they, them tag to the grocery store. I was just shopping and I needed help finding something. I was like, hey, I need this particular kind of thing. Can you help me find it? And someone was like, okay, can you help them find the thing? It's right over there. And that was awesome. But most of the time, I'm being misgendered. Like, I have to just, like, if I experience transphobic rhetoric in public, I mostly just have to, like, ignore it for the sake of my own safety. Like, I don't know what you mean when you're saying, like, oh, you're being forced to accept it, you know? Threatening banking sanctions and aid is threatened. Are you talking about in other countries? Like, sanctions to do with LGBTQ persecution or something? Like, I'm not sure what you're specifically referring to. Okay, but what kinds of LGBTQ persecution are being sanctioned? Yeah, the US government finds the rebellious babies and injects them with the trans gene. They do that in the stands all the time. Okay, but they actually, like, kill gay people in the Middle East sometimes, don't they? Like, when you're talking about sanctions against countries that are doing anti-gay persecution, you know, it's usually not just trans people, you know? Like, that's not the Middle East, okay? You're like the stands, which is, like, several different countries. But, like, you know, you're acting indignant on, like, oh, you have to accept them or else. But, like, what are they doing to the trans people there? What are they doing to them? What are they doing? Do you know? Nothing. Wow. That sounds like a good reason to do sanctions. I bet they're really doing those sanctions. Trans is not a thing in those cultures. Well, then what are you talking about? What do you mean? Okay, so they're sanctioning them for doing nothing to no one? Or do you mean like what are you talking about? You're just being very silly. You're being very silly. What's up, Andes? Hello. My partner has to present super different in public back home in fear of being killed, even though his identity is deeply Indonesian, not based on Western gender norms. Yeah. When NGOs come in and push trans. Does NGO mean like a type of company? Isn't that a type of company? nonprofit organization that operates independently of any government. They want NGOs allowed to freely push trans, and that's where the rift happens. Okay, so I'm just going to explain something to you, Dilbert, okay? If there are initiatives in these countries where trans is not part of the culture, if there are initiatives there to normalize being trans, it's because trans people are born into every culture, regardless of what actually is considered normal there, you know? Like in the deep South in America, for example, in places like Texas and Alabama, where they will take a trans person and chain them to the back of a truck and then just go. You know what I mean? In the deep South in America, let's not even talk about other countries. People are still born gay, even in those places where they would get the shit kicked out of them and murdered for being gay. Trans people are still born in those places. So if there are initiatives to try to get those places to accept trans, it's because those trans people are living in fear of dying or other types of legal persecution. So glad to have this conversation with you. Yeah, as someone who just left the Deep South, it is not super safe for queer people. Right. Yeah, NGO, non-government organization. Don't scare him away, okay? I'm having fun. But even in Chile, where it's a very liberal state in South America, they rejected constitutional changes favoring trans. Yeah, okay, so you're telling me that democracy is a bad way of determining whether minorities get to have rights or not. Congratulations, you've demonstrated one of the major failures of democracy. Because if everybody is bigoted against a group of people, then by majority rules, those people are not allowed to exist and have constitutional protections. Good job. Fairies be stealing cis babies and leave trans babies. We are the Fae in disguise. Listen. Letters for Jupiter says, I was born trans in deep South America. Oh, wait, do you mean in the deep South in America? I only figured it out once I went away from there. Or do you mean you were in South America? You were deep in South America. Confusion. Oh, gosh. So rarely do we get some honest disagreement. My point is, trans pronouns on school kids is a minor thing to accept that trans should accept. I don't know what you mean by that. You need to rephrase that sentence because that sentence didn't mean anything. I was born in Britain. RIP. I'm so sorry for you Britbongers. It's terrible over there. I live in Texas and I'm scared of leaving my metropolitan area. Yeah. I live in Kansas and it's not too bad around where I live, but there's a couple of places in Kansas that are fairly liberal, but yeah, I'm not really trying to have interactions with rednecks. Mostly. Darth Gently, thank you so much for the 666 donation. I got money for once, so I want to give some support while I can to you specifically. Hang in there and happy holidays. Appreciate you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Wowie. Much appreciated. This is going to help me buy groceries. So thank you. 1666. Nice. And as usual, I will flex for you if we get to the goal of 69. UK not allowing pronouns on trans kids is a good compromise, IMHO. So I think that actually the guidance is that they are allowing people to use pronouns at school, but that the parents have to be involved. So the reason why that's problematic. So first of all, allowing pronouns on kids, it's okay, so do you should nicknames be illegal in schools? It's a mode of address and it's what the person prefers. Okay. But the reason why it's such a problem that they're oh, we want to make sure to keep the parents involved on this is because this is predicated on the false belief that parents always have their kids' best interests at heart, when like there are plenty of trans people who can report that they did not feel safe coming out to their parents because their parents were very explicit that if they were gay or trans, they would be kicked out, like that there would be severe material consequences to those teenagers for coming out, right? So you put people at risk by just assuming that parents are nonviolent and like that they're not going to be transphobic to those kids, you know? Like if a kid is trying to tell someone at school that they're trans and they're not comfortable telling their parents, that's because the child is intelligent enough to tell that there are going to be negative consequences, right? So basically what the policy is like, I mean, it's like making a point to put trans kids in danger, essentially. I still haven't actually seen why it would be wrong or bad for kids to know about trans people existing. Yeah. You will never win politically going after parents of school kids. UK understands that. No one's trying to go after anybody. I think that you have a victim complex. Like, we're not trying to go after anyone. We're just saying you shouldn't reveal private information about students if they tell you something private, you know? Like, if the kid is trying to find some acceptance at school because they can't get it at home, like, you are putting kids in danger of, like, you know, at the very minimum, having like a transphobic backlash at home in terms of like, oh, we're surprised and angry at you, you know, but it could escalate all the way up to like the parents isolating the kid, not letting them hang out with their friends, you know, revoking their privileges as far as like after school activities go. Like, yeah, putting kids in danger of their parents. Like, do you know how many trans people are abused by their parents for being trans? This is the thing that you don't understand. This is the thing. Our cultures in the UK and America have this like really twisted psychotic idea that like the family is the most important thing. And that like so long as you have a mom and a dad and kids in a family structure, that's like a positive thing, you know? Parents can always pull their kids out of schools that threaten their parental rights. Hey, parents don't have rights. They don't. At least they don't have rights that supersede the rights of the kid, you know? So in this case, the kid has a right to, like, be called what they want to be called, you know? And they also have a right to privacy. Like, for example, it's broadly considered abusive to deny your kid privacy by, like, taking the door off of their room. Like, CPS will get involved. So, like, there are limits to what parents can do to their kids, you know? And one of these areas that we're kind of starting to see emerge is, like, what do you do? Parents have rights that supersede their kids. I mean, in some cases, like, property rights, like, parents own all of their kids' property, sure. But, yeah, when it comes to things like privacy, parents' rights in many cases don't supersede the rights of children. And like maybe the state doesn't explicitly have an interest in some of those things, but certainly your kids have an interest in those things. Like if you violate the privacy of your kid, it might not always be a legally actionable, obviously people consider this abuse kind of thing, but at the very minimum, it's going to damage your relationship with your kid, right? So schools have a legal right called in loco parentes when they are on school grounds. I don't know anything about that. Anyway, a parent's rights. Listen. Even Margaret Thatcher, the ultra-individualist, didn't have the guts to say the family wasn't real. There is no such thing as society. There are just individual men and women, and there are families. Like, yeah, they really have to uphold the structure of the family because really what that does is, like, ingrain in you a sense of, like, hierarchy, you know? There's a dad who makes decisions, the mom who's the backup, the kids who are obedient and listen. like patriarchal family structure is the backbone of Western society, allegedly. Legally the school acts as the parents when the student is at school. Like they have like that level of responsibility and liability. That kind of makes sense. In Canada, you can't take the door off, so the kid is removed, and then the group home will take their door off and actually have no privacy or personal items. I mean, that's still abusive when the group home does it. That's one of the things. If you apply to be a foster parent in the United States, each kid has to have their own room with a door that can close. Like, that's part of the fucking rules, you know? You can't have, like, a bunch of kids in a room with, like, bunk beds, you know? I don't know why you keep talking about NGOs. Like, you keep flip-flopping between assigning blame to the government and then assigning blame to nonprofit organizations, and it's like, I don't really know what your problem is, Dilbert. This talk is not even a thing in most of the world. I really don't think that that's true. I don't know what you mean by most of the world, I guess, but, you know, there are conversations about gay and trans people at varying degrees all over. Like, there's this one lesbian couple who I follow on social media, and whenever they go visit Malaysia, where one of the women, her family is from, they just kind of have to pretend like they're not married. Like, they have to pretend like they're not gay because it would be a problem for them there. So yeah, of course there are places in the world where this conversation is being actively stifled. But again, that doesn't mean that there aren't trans people there, and I really don't know why you're hung up on this, like, as though whether or not being trans is publicly accepted, like, has anything to do with anything. Like, I don't really know what the point is that you're trying to make. Because, like, what you're trying to do really is, like, ad populum. This is like a fallacy ad populum. That the idea that, like, if most of the world is not talking about transness, then we shouldn't talk about it, or then it's not a big deal. Like, if most of the world is not talking about trans people, then what is the implication of that? Like, what are you trying to drive across? Yeah. Parents' rights to abuse their kids. Exactly, mama. Yes. Okay, so yeah, you are implying that something about Western wealth and decadence is associated with more trans identity, but that's not true. It might be associated with less persecution of those identities. Like, I would say there's probably a correlative and not a causative relationship between those things, but, like, I don't know what you're trying to say here. I don't know what you know, and it's like, I don't know what you want. Do you think it's a bad thing that the more, like, okay, this is the quote from Dilbert. For those of you who can't see the chat for YouTube, he said, as this country becomes more Latin America, it will become less trans. Like, okay, every year we have the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which is in November 14, I think, November 14. When you go to a Trans Day of Remembrance vigil and you hear all the names being listed off, a huge number of those names of murdered trans people are from South America. So, like, there are tons of trans people there. They're just being actively killed. So, like, okay, so if you're saying, like, if more Latin American culture spreads more across the rest of the North American continent, then there will be fewer trans people. Like, okay, well, then you're saying what you want is more murder of trans people? Or that you're predicting more murder of trans people? Not totally sure. It's the Great Replacement. Yeah, it is. Closest correlation would be access to the ability to get care in those places. Yeah. I'm saying in your lifetime you will see less trans in school and public places. I think you're delusional. And like I think what you're saying is there will be an increase of violence toward trans people, so there will be fewer trans people. Like, I think that's kind of what you're saying, is that there's like a bunch of murder that's going to happen, and then that will dissuade people from being trans in public, because that's the only way for there to be less trans in the world. Like, because more, like, trans people are still going to be born at the same rate, but if there are fewer of them, quote unquote, then that's because they're being actively suppressed in some form or fashion. And, like, you should probably not want to live in a world that's like that. Just It's just not a part of the dominant culture, so it will simply be out of sight. Like, okay, we're a small percentage of people. We're still not part of the dominant culture, to be clear. Like, trans people are still sidelined. You're seeing more of us in more industries, but that's just because the active persecution is letting up slightly. Like, yeah, what is the dominant culture? You have a whole Pride Month? LOL. LOL, we have a whole Pride Month. We have a whole month dedicated to our, like, our strength and celebrating ourselves. And, like, it's only becoming broadly accepted now because people have realized they can make money off of it. And that's, like, it's not the dominant culture. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say about this. Like, oh, you have Pride Month. Like, okay, and who benefits from Pride Month? Do trans people or queer people actually benefit from Pride Month? Or is that just something that, yeah, people decided to start making money off of the goodwill toward queer people? Yeah, it's Christmas Pride for 3 months. We're doing Christian Pride right now. We stole a whole month. True. Anyway. Sip a little coffee, babes. 44 viewers in here right now. So usually we don't have a chud in the chat, but I'm having fun. So if you want to hit the like button, I appreciate that. We enjoy the like button being pressed. It's good for me. I did my little review of Nominal Naomi recently, and it's got me wanting to do more conversations. The Christmas chud. I know, we've been blessed. Thank you so much for blessing our chat, Dilbert, for Christmas. 'Twas the night before Chudmas. This could only be more perfect if it were Christmas Eve, because that's when my next stream is Christmas Eve. Oh, goodness gracious. My leggies. Yeah. So anyway, Dilbert, I don't really feel like you've demonstrated, like, anything really. I'm not sure, like, what point you were trying to make at any part of this. You should definitely have Naomi on. Yeah, what would we talk about, though? Can't remember how to check my orders on the website. I think I ordered something recently. LOL, don't know. You ordered a beanie recently, Andes, and those take forever for some reason. It's the only thing that I ordered for myself, and I if I can, listen, this is what your donations go toward right now. Consider pitching me a $5 because I would like to buy myself a hoodie of my own merch. And it does still cost money for me to do that. It's not free for me to get samples of my own stuff. So, wow, 15% of Brazil identifies as LGBTQ. That's pretty good. Why are you wasting time giving a low-tier chat troll the attention he craves? Because I enjoy it. I'm having fun. It's for me. You will see in time. Ooh, very cryptic. Very cryptic. What a weirdo. USA going to Brazil to become gay. True. It's unfortunate that Dilbert was in YouTube chat and not on the website, because it's going to be harder. I don't know that I'll be able to upload the segment later without his part on the screen. Sad. Yeah, he's threatening us. Yeah. Not cryptic, just I see it now. My city will be Latino majority likely in 10 years. Okay. Do you have any idea how many Mexican trans women I know? Like, I could edit his parts in. True. That would take a lot more effort than he's worth, though. I don't know. Could be fun. Like, I don't really get what point you're trying to make. And, like, this is a little bit Great Replacement. Like, why Like, what makes you say that any place is going to be Latino majority? Why does that matter? Do you genuinely think that, like, that's just, do you think that it's going to be a majority Latino culture also instead of, like, an increasingly mixed culture? I don't know, dude. Oh, are you Hispanic? You're Latino? Okay. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of you are, like, brainwashed into being Catholic, so that's part of the problem with the Latino community. Like, that's why... I think that's why you guys are so violently anti-gay. And I am familiar with it. Like, you guys are. You're very anti-gay as a culture in some ways. Like, and I think it's because of the prevalence of Catholicism, frankly. I'm not, like, trying to, like, slur all Latino people. Like, again, I know plenty of Mexican trans women and, like, you know, migrant trans women trying to escape South America to come to the US where it's better. Most Latinos are evangelicals. Ooh, I really thought that it was more a Catholicism, but I'm sure it depends on where you live. But regardless, like, you're just yet another group who were colonized and brainwashed into the white religion, and now you do the job that the white people wanted you to do, which is to violently enforce within your own racial group the white, like, binary gender concept that the Christians and Catholics decided to spread everywhere when they were in the middle of destroying your indigenous culture. So, congratulations on, I guess, kind of defending Latino culture for that. Mexico is still better than Florida for trans people. Yeah, honestly, I don't think that Mexico itself is that bad. It's more like the further south you get. Spain is statistically one of the least homophobic countries. It's probably more violence and poverty. Well, he's talking about Latin America. He's not talking about Spain. Yeah, honestly, Dilbert, like, the way that you talk about people is very conservative. Yeah, you're saying blacks right now. We distrust both white and blacks. And you keep using trans as a weird noun. It's quite strange. It's a bit objectifying. And pretty racist, I would say. Maybe a little bit racist. Even Latinos who stay Catholic are almost certainly more secular the more they live in America. Yeah, they tend, like, you know, I'm not, you know, they're not all radical or whatever. Maybe you need to live in the South then. Sounds like NYC isn't for you. And yeah, NYC might be a little bit too progressive. Anyway, 48 viewers. Can we get to 50 likes today? We might be able to. Perhaps. Latinos don't talk politics much with strangers. Why are you here then? Like, I don't know what your deal is. But yeah, I don't really get the point of any of what you've been saying. But thanks for, you know, coming on and chatting with me. I've enjoyed it. Him saying trans identities isn't from some cultures and is actually spread by the West is pretty racist alone. Like, not even passively. That idea leads to a lot of violence. Right, yeah. Like, the idea that, oh, that's not something that we do as people of color is probably one of the things that increases violence toward, like, people of color who are trans. Also, it's not like Spain, Portugal, and Latin America don't have an intimate history with fascism. Fair enough. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5 dono. Get yourself some merch. As always, I wish I could give more. Keep doing what you do. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Happy solstice. Happy New Year. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $5. That materially makes my life better. Not gonna lie. Like, materially, every $5 makes a big difference for me. You're seeing it a lot right now with the Palestinians. They're like, oh, well, they hate gays, so it's okay to bomb all of them, including the gays. Right. As though there are not gay Palestinians and trans Palestinians. Dilbert, I feel like you don't know all Latino people. Like, I'm sure that you have probably a closer idea of what y'all talk about. But yeah, it's like, you're making a lot of real sweeping statements about the entirety of Latino culture. As though, like, okay, you know in Pulse, when there was the Pulse shooting in Florida, do you have any idea how many of the people who died there were Latino? Like, it was crazy. Is the West rich because it's progressive, or is the West progressive because it is rich? Yeah, that's the question. It's like, I feel like I guess it was sort of labor power. So this is it, yeah. So what I'm gonna say is it's the West is rich and therefore it is progressive. But my reasoning for saying that is because, like, the wealth acquisition had directly to do with like the industrialization of society, and so like the more industrial production you have, the more you're bringing people together, and like, you know, they are making enough money to support themselves, and they are like able to recognize their power as workers together. So like progressive politics, I feel in the US kind of springs from labor, like labor solidarity in a way. That's kind of a theory that I'm just sort of making up on the spot here. But that's kind of my hypothesis at this time. Like, yeah, why is Western culture quote unquote more progressive? I kind of feel like it's because Western culture quote unquote tends to be more secular. Clean, just showered and shaved. Yes, I use my epilator. So when my legs are smooth, they're fucking smooth. Like, it's like the hairs all got yanked out. The Spanish language itself does not allow for trans. Yeah, it actually does. If you knew fuck all about the subject, you would know that it is increasingly common to use, instead of O for masculine and A for feminine, they use E at the end of a lot of words in order to make them gender neutral. Wow, crazy. Does it come from labor solidarity because Western capitalists are more progressive than third world capitalists? I mean, I'm not saying that for each individual person that their progressive politics as it relates to trans people is where they're mooring it from. I don't think that that's where it moors from. Like, I think it comes from when we have a longer periods of economics and political stability, so we have time to culturally sort out some of these social issues. Yeah, it's like, okay, in a society that is heavily transphobic, like, what, you know, it depends, I guess, like, what do we mean by the E and the X was pushed by NGOs in South America and got clowned for it? Okay. No, Christy, I have the ability to kick people. If I want to kick people, I am having a lot less fun. Because at this point, like, I still don't understand what... Exactly, Trey, I don't understand what the point is. Me, when a language doesn't allow something. Yeah, 1984 right here. Also, if it doesn't, then, like, change the language then? Who cares? I think that Dilbert is making fun of the idea that the language could be changed, because when they tried to introduce these, like, using the E instead of O or A, then it was like, ooh, everybody unilaterally, every Spanish speaker made fun of that concept and decided not to. Like, okay, again, You're just telling me that democracy is bad. Like, all you're telling me is that majority rules is not the correct form of governance. Yeah, wow, transphobes were being transphobic about the idea of language being inclusive. Wow, color me shocked. Color me shocked, babe. It's about culture. Okay, why are you saying it's about culture as though that's distinct from the idea of it being transphobic? Like, as though culture on the whole across the entire planet isn't actively transphobic. It's not about politics, but it is about politics. If you're talking about trans people, it's inherently about politics because our existence is being politicized. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really have the I would love to be able to talk about trans like people outside the context of politics, and sometimes we do talk about certain things like, oh, what kind of surgeries can you get? Aren't they so fascinating? Like, that's a subject that we can mostly have a conversation about without talking about the politics of access to transness. And you're not going to use politics to change culture. Like, I don't, oh, here's what you're trying to, okay, Dilbert, babe. Politics and culture are the same thing. Like, they're not exactly the same thing, but they heavily influence each other, right? Like there wouldn't be a transphobic backlash if it weren't for the fact that transphobia is part of the culture, right? But at the same time, there's a lot of anti-transphobic backlash, like a lot of pro-trans people. And so pro-trans sentiments are also part of our culture. You know, like the political belief of being pro or anti-trans they're both part of our culture. But you're right, politics tries to influence culture. I think that you're fucking insane, Dilbert. Like, what? Do you really think it's a one-way street that like that politics is influencing culture and that's it? As though like the culture of religious extremism in my country isn't like trying to influence the politics of whether trans people have the right to use the bathroom in public? Like, the culture dictates the laws in a way, you know? It's like, and for the most part, like, as far as I know, like, you kind of do have to make a cultural shift in order for people to accept that the law has changed, you know? The divine right of kings. Yes! Mama, hot take. Politics and culture should be changed if they're bad because they are mutable concepts and trans people exist. High five. Spicy take. Do you think when people say cultural barrier to write off any criticism of another culture, they're engaging in id poll? So I think that the definition of id poll is kind of like, it depends who you are. Like, what do you mean when you say id poll? When you're saying identity politics, what do you mean by that? Corpse Candy, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Happy holidays, bit early, but thanks for making the year more informative, entertaining. Thank you. Much appreciate you guys. You know, it's been, for me, like a pretty challenging year. And I still feel like things are not quite settled, but I'm doing my best to just like have a good winter, celebrate the new year. Dicks are back. Yes. Someone also made an amazing emote that says pussy, but I haven't added it to the website yet because I'm very forgetful. Id poll versus ego poll versus super ego poll. True. Suffragettes changed culture. That's true. Yeah, so I guess, so the suffragettes were a political group, right? They were terrorists, effectively. Like, and I don't mean that in any stigmatized manner. Like, the suffragettes were terrorists. They used like fear and property destruction and like violence in order to influence the law. Like, so forgetful. Oh, gosh. So anyway, it's been a good conversation. I thought it was all peaceful protest based. Yeah, so when I think of suffragettes, one of the things I also think about is the prohibition, like, tactics. And so the prohibition tactics were definitely, and I feel like it was suffragettes. So one of the suffragette actions, oh, this was in the UK. One of the suffragette actions, which was explored by our group, was the burning of the Northfield Library in 1914. So the suffragettes set fire to a library. The building and its contents were destroyed. A book by Christabel Pankhurst was left at the site, along with a note reading, "To start your new library." Suffragette bombing and arson campaign. Like, you know, they did some crazy shit out there. Idpol in this context meaning when people weaponize their identity as belonging to a marginalized group to excuse discriminatory behavior. So I guess if that's what your definition of Idpol is, then yeah, if people are saying like transness, well, so Christy, I guess you're saying like because this person is saying Latino culture is anti-trans, therefore, like, because I'm Latino, or because Latino people as a culture are against trans people, then it's okay that we are doing the discrimination, right? I'm a realist and I respect that parents draw a red line when it comes to their kids. Yeah, Dilbert, again, what you're not seeming to hear when I'm describing this to you is that, like, yes, transphobic parents are going to be mad if the school lets their kid be trans without telling them. Of course, that's why the kids deserve protection. And again, like there's two different conversations here. There's the, are we going to allow a child to use a different name and pronouns at school conversation? And then there's also the, are we going to allow any discussion or education around trans issues in the schools? You know? And so I feel like that's two different conversations. When they're raising their kids, this gay and trans stuff is not even under consideration. Well, that's a major failure for them as parents. And if they prevent the school from educating on those issues, then that's a major failure of the education system, because kids should not grow up being like made to be ignorant of normal human behavior around them. Like, what do you do if one of your kids' friends at school has two daddies or two mommies, or if one of their parents is trans? Like, what do you do if one of the teachers is visibly trans? You just tell them about trans people. Like, it's so messed up to try to like lie to your children about what kind of people there are in the world when that is totally normal. Like, it's one thing if you're trying to prevent your child from finding out about, you know, war and torture and death and all that kind of stuff. Completely makes sense to me. But trying to prevent them from knowing about gay and trans people, like, I don't see that as anything other than like deeply bigoted. Have you ever so when you say, oh, it never entered the home or the school as it is today, have you ever asked someone who is like gay or trans now as an adult, and when they were a kid, it was that culture where we never talked about it? Like, have you ever asked someone what it was like growing up in a culture where we don't talk about being gay or trans, where like it's understood that you shouldn't talk about that stuff? Like, oh, we don't talk about that. Have you ever asked what kind of effect that has on people? Have you ever wondered for a split second what it's like for those people who aren't you to be growing up in a society that kind of just passively refuses to acknowledge their differences? And when it eventually does acknowledge those differences, it's usually like because someone is calling you a faggot at school, you know? Like, it's, you know, like, what do you Never asked because I think the larger concern is growing up and not sexuality. But for kids, it's not sexuality. For kids, it's their romantic attraction and it's their gender presentation. Like, of course you never asked because it never occurred to you what it would be like if you were, let's say, an 11-year-old kid and you had a crush on someone of the same gender as you, and you grew up in a society that kind of just passively told you that that's a bad thing and that you shouldn't do it because you'll get beat up. Or if your dad is like, I'll kick the shit out of you if you ever try to have a relationship with a boy or whatever. You know, like, I don't think you've ever really considered what growing up in that kind of society is like. So you, of course, you don't understand why adult queer and trans people are trying to open up the conversation for young folks, because it's literally never occurred to you that that might be like a terrible way to grow up, you know? And I would like it if you would maybe consider what it would be like to grow up with like no frame of reference for how to be the kind of person that you are. Like, and like all of the messages that you receive about it are like, you're bad and you shouldn't be this. Because that's ultimately what young queer and trans people are receiving. In the absence of like neutral or affirmative education, what they're receiving is a passive education that being queer is bad, that being trans is bad. What it does is teaches children to lie to their parents and everyone else. They can't be themselves. People around them never know who they really are. It tears families apart to deny someone's orientation. Right. Get them to look up hermeneutic injustice. Oh my God. Is this something I need to know? Venusian, are you making me learn fucking theory right now? Are you making me learn theory right now? I was restricted from learning about LGBT people, and all it caused was a repressed, angry, hateful kid who wanted to hurt people because I had so much rage I didn't know what to do with until educators like Lux finally gave me answers. Yeah. How about consider this? It's disrespectful in many countries to even bring up sexuality pre-marriage. What do you mean by sexuality? Can you explain what you mean by that? I am literally an expert on hermeneutic injustice. Jazz, what's up? Is this something that I need to know about? Hermeneutical injustice occurs when this is just from Wikipedia, when someone's experiences are not well understood by themselves or others because these experiences do not fit any concepts known to them or known to others, due to the historic exclusion of some groups of people from activities such as scholarship and journalism. Oh, cool. So I didn't realize that there was an entire term for this. So hermeneutical injustice is like the injustice and pain that you experience by growing up in a society that simply doesn't acknowledge that people like you exist. This is the term for what people experience when they grow up, knowing that there's something different about them, but not knowing what exactly that is until they later find out that they're gay or trans or something. Flirting, for example, would be considered haram in Uzbekistan. Okay. Like, do they talk about like arranging a marriage? Like, because so they discuss sexuality before marriage in the sense that they discuss like arranging the marriage, right? Like they have to have some conversations about it, I presume. Yeah, we aren't in Uzbekistan. Like, are we using Uzbekistan as like the barometer for how we should do things? Are we saying that they're doing things correctly? There are no arranged marriages. Then how do you... Okay, well, let's pretend... Okay, let's say not arranged marriages. So, okay, flirtation. You think flirtation is unacceptable in this society. Okay, well, does a man and a woman have a conversation about the idea that they might get married? Like, do they ever hold hands in private? You know, like, and also, like, why do you care what's happening in Uzbekistan? Like, okay, so the men and the women talk about it. They hold hands in private. Okay, that's sexuality. Like, again, I don't know what your point is. I love that country. LOL, it's a rich culture. This guy just wants to live in a culture where there are no gay or trans people, is what we've learned. Dilbert, like, fantasizes about living in a world where there are no trannies or fags, and, like, he just gets to be in a straights-only culture. Like, that kind of sounds like what the issue is here. We had a whole chat last stream about being disrespectful. How perfect. Listen. Deport transphobes. Yeah. Go to Uzbekistan if you love it so much. Jiminy Christmas. 54 viewers. Thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. Oh, I don't think that YouTube lets people do links anymore. I'm so sorry. That's not something that I have any power over. I tried to change it, and it just doesn't let me. At least it doesn't show them to me anymore. What's the use in not letting people know anything? If it's a choice between identities, it's not. Then is the fear that knowing about being trans is so enticing that it automatically outweighs being cis? But if you do think it's a choice, then people can make their own decisions, right? Okay. Please go to Uzbekistan and don't wear a mask. That sounds like a great idea for you to do. Dilbert strikes me as a person who thinks that just because one thing is considered the default, it makes it not ideologically driven. So queer is therefore ideological. Maybe. What's up, baby squid? Gorgeous. I'm gonna drink more of this water. Oh my god. Or I was gonna drink... Yeah, I meant to say more of this coffee, and I said water, and then there was a fucking gnat in it. Cringe. Chile is the most gay-friendly country in South America. Cool. Neat. But yeah, honestly, I think with, like, how violently white supremacist the United States is, the concept that Latino culture is going to continue to expand in the United States, at least in the next 10 years, is fucking bonkers. Excuse me. Like, I just can't imagine that the white people in America are going to be kosher with more Latino people. And that having an influence on the culture. If there's anything in the world that's going to make white evangelicals decide to embrace trans people, it would be, like, the idea of, like, a sweeping Latino culture that's, like, also trying to enforce those same gender roles. They're just, like, that's the only way, is for them to be like, this binary gender role shit is being imported from Mexico, you know? Dilbert reminds me of the guy who argued with Nominal Naomi about breastfeeding, going, ooh, that's weird. Like, okay, cool, but where's the harm? Right, like, again, the most recent thing that Dilbert has just said, like, okay, Chile is the most gay-friendly country in South America. Therefore, if you can't pass a pro-trans law there, then it would be impossible anywhere else. I'm like, I don't know why you're saying any of these things. True, they keep putting politics, i.e. women, in my video games. My Mexican family still refuses to call me after coming out. But yes, pro-queer is from those damn Mexicans. Wait, my Mexican what? My Mexican family? Mexican dad still refuses to call me after coming out. I know, like, the expectations for masculinity within Latino culture is, like, pretty intense stuff. Completely understand. Dilbert should also follow his namesake and watch the fucking show his name is from, because it's leftist and anti-discrimination. I thought that Dilbert was anti-trans, though. Like, I actually thought that Dilbert was conservative. Didn't the author of that comic just, like, within the last couple years, people were like, this dude's a reactionary. I could have sworn. Anyway. The show is very leftist. Hold on. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Dilbert Author reactionary. Dilbert comic dropped after a racist rant by creator. Racist remarks. So, anyway, that was the problem. Dilbert is pro-white, which I respect. Oh, man. Being pro-white is very cringe. It's deeply, deeply cringe. The author is genuinely the least intelligent and most embarrassing human being ever. Listen, I can't make that kind of... Like, I respect that you are pro-trans, but we simply see things differently. Are you saying that you are not pro-trans? Like, why did you frame that way? Also, I'm not pro-trans. I am trans. I just accept my own existence. I don't know. Yeah, he distrusts both whites and, quote, blacks. True. Guys, he's here to talk to me, so if he's not responding to your messages, honestly, I kind of prefer it that way. I just don't know what your motivations are, Dilbert. I want to help you. You know, I want you to have good, informed opinions and good arguments for those opinions, right? But I don't understand what any of you're trying... Like, I don't know what you're trying to say. So, thanks for chatting, though. Dilbert's just a chaos gremlin. It's true. He's just enjoying the attention. You know? Sometimes we lavish attention on chuds who want attention. And then eventually we get bored and move on. I'm pro you, I just don't think that kids should ever know about whatever you are. Lel. True, Divinny. Surprising then, because the show is all about hating capitalism and shit. It turns out that you can have class awareness and still be violently racist. You know, like, there are plenty of blue-collar workers who hate Jeff Bezos and also hate the N-words, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's not... it's not like they don't exist. Welcome back, kitty. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, we probably should segue into one of our main topics. We had a little bit of fun for a while. I have so much trouble trying to pick my battles. Do you think it was a waste of time arguing with this person? No. Well, okay, so yeah, we had this conversation in the Discord recently. We were having this discussion about whether debate is really beneficial, you know? Statistically, like, you know, studies on this kind of suggest, as far as I understand it, that, like, debate... the person who you're debating with is invested in doubling down during your debate. So you are never going to, at least in the moment, convince your interlocutor of your beliefs, for the most part, right? Maybe they'll think on what you said after, and they'll decide to change their mind, possibly. We're not going to count on it, though. What I have generally said in the past is that, like, debate is useful for the people around. Yeah, don't worry about it, Christy. I'm not... You didn't start an argument or anything. Don't worry about it. But, like, yeah, it kind of seems like people... I don't know. It sort of depends. Like, are the people going to be convinced by the arguments? Some people are going to be convinced by the arguments in the debate. Most people are going to be convinced by whoever seemed to win at the end of the debate. You know, the more you can clown on your opponent, the better you'll be at. You know, this is part of why people like to gish gallop in a debate, is because it makes them seem like they have so many points on their side, and the other people are, like, scrambling to catch up, like, with all these good points, you know? And so my personal opinion is, like, that debate is fun, first and foremost. It's fun. To participate in a debate, to watch a debate, they're entertaining, okay? If you can succeed in making your side seem more intelligent. You don't have to have the better arguments even. You just have to be good at making yourself seem correct and making the other person seem over emotional or irrational, or make them seem like they're unprepared or something like that. It's an optics game. Debate is an optics game. It's not about actually convincing anyone. It's about seeming like you won. Okay? So yeah, debate is like fun. And sometimes you will have an opportunity during a debate to present an argument that someone in the audience has never heard before. Maybe nobody has ever heard the argument that, like, you know, what happens to kids who have transphobic parents, right? Like, if you have to disclose if a kid comes out to you as trans and you're required to disclose, that harms trans kids with transphobic parents. There are going to be some people who truly do believe that parents always have their kids' best interests at heart. There's going to be people out there who grew up in really supportive homes, and it would never occur to them that a parent with, you know, their unconditional love and everything, they cannot imagine the idea of a parent being abusive. So sometimes you have to, like, shell shock people and present them this idea that no, sometimes parents, like, kill their trans kids or kick them out and put them in situations that are compromised. Like, we did a story not too long ago about a trans man who was like 18 or 19 years old who was killed when he went on a date. And, like, he was in a situation where he was, like, living with a family friend. Like, he was living with a family friend because his parents had kicked him out for being trans. So he was in a vulnerable position, living outside of his parents' house, you know, being lured by someone on the internet who was giving him attention. He did not have an adequate support system, and he died. So yeah, like, these things are unfortunate. It's, like, unfortunate that parental lack of acceptance can have this effect on people. And it is also unfortunate that, like, it doesn't occur to folks. Yeah, his parents made him more vulnerable. Exactly, yeah. So that's what the problem is with that particular thing. And, like, yeah, anytime you debate someone, there's probably, like, an argument that someone has not heard before. Now, for some folks, if you're not good at debate, it's a risky thing that can actually backfire on you. If you're bad at it and your person you're debating with manages to make you look foolish, then you've done a disservice to your side. You know, it's an optics game, and if you don't feel confident that you can win the optics game, then you might not want to play. Later Venusian. I think some people can't change their mind in the moment, but learning new and different information will leave people with things to think about at a later date, which isn't super likely to work out, but it's still possible. Yeah, so there are some people who really are suited to a debate. Vosh is really good at debating. He can think of his arguments on the fly. If you're bad at debating, then maybe what you want to do is, instead of giving the opposition a platform, like, people, you know, quibble about this with, should you debate Nazis or not? Like, giving the platform to a Nazi is giving them a chance to convince someone with their arguments. And, like, I think that there is a point to be made there if you are not good at tearing apart their arguments in real time. So there might be, for some people, it might be better to go, okay, I'm going to take these ideas that Nazis say and make a constructed video where I have plenty of time to dissect the points, you know, each one in their turn. So yeah, I'm not going to come out swinging in favor or against debate. I think that it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And I also recognize that it is not the most effective use of my time as far as trying to convince people. But is it much different than what I do the rest of the time? I'm mostly just like yelling at the same positions, but there's no person there to talk back and forth with me. I'm debunking those same ideas. It just can be more fun. And maybe, you know, we get to address certain arguments that I might ignore most of the time. Like, I'm not going to talk about the great replacement theory most of the time, but Dilbert gave us an opportunity to talk about, like, white identitarian great replacement theory a little bit as it relates to transness. So I don't know. Anyhow, let's look at one of our main topics for today. Divinity, yeah, you completely understand me. We need a diversity of tactics. So different people are better at different things. And here's the other part of diversity of tactics. Not only are different people better at different things, you know, some folks are good at debate. Some folks are good at video essays. Some folks are good at just talking off the cuff on stream. Hello. But it's not just diversity of tactics in that each person is going to be better at something. It's also diversity of tactics in that every person who is in their political, like, growth, they need different things at different times in their process. So I know people used to get so butthurt about folks like Matt Dillahunty in the atheist community being like all firebrand and like, religion is terrible, you know, Christopher Hitchens, like, religion poisons everything. And like, we need those people though, because, you know, there are going to be times when a religious person is deconverting that they need someone to very sweetly explain, like, oh, you know, I just don't believe I'm going to see any of my loved ones when I die, you know, and here's how I have started to reconcile myself. Like, you know, they will listen to people's individual opinions, and there will be these sort of soft conversations. And then, like, at different points in their deconstruction, they might need someone like Matt Dillahunty to go, your ideas are fucking stupid, and here's how they're fallacious, and here's how this argument doesn't work, you know? So, like, each person is going to need something different in their own evolution and deconstruction as well. Which is why, you know, I don't condemn debaters, I don't condemn video essayists, I don't condemn that one guy, you know, that one black guy who's made friends with like a bunch of different KKK members and like been part of their deconstructions. I don't think that most black people want to put themselves in that position, but diversity of tactics, that's a very powerful way to go. Like changing individual minds like that. I don't know his name. But you all know the story that I mean. There's a black dude who decided to make it his job to like be friends with a bunch of KKK members or whatever. What's up, Shade? Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. Daryl Davis is his name. Thank you. Thank you. We can give him a name, and he's not just that black dude. So, yes, Daryl Davis, he does good work. I am not necessarily going to be the person who's out there talking to individual transphobes, trying to convince them, like, disagree on some things, but he's a great debater. Is he a debater? I guess that is part of what he has to do, and he has to be convincing. It's not just, like, him being a nice guy. It's him being influential in some manner. So, you know, props to him. Mad props. I do enjoy the idea that we could have someone who's kind of chuddy come in here and gradually be convinced to be less chuddy, right? Of course, that's the fucking dream of anybody who wants to be influential as far as trans acceptance is concerned. It's the dream for someone to go, you know, I was watching your content and I used to be a real shithead and now I'm not anymore. Not structured debate, but he sits and talks with Grand Wizards. Is that yeah. So he's not like, yeah, it's not a structured debate, but he is sat there with them explaining, you know, here's why black people deserve rights, I guess. Here's why lynching is wrong. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine being that guy, but again, mad props to him. Oh my goodness. I used to be a real shithead and I watch your content. Different time periods, but still true. I wasn't part of your deconstruction from being a shithead. You don't survive in New York City by being argumentative. It helps to relax. I feel like there's not a lot of interaction that you have with other people that lasts very long in New York City. That would be my guess. My guess would be that you have a lot of very brief interactions with other human beings. But yeah, I am never, ever, ever, ever planning to go to New York City. Like, ever? Ever, 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 ever. If there was some big YouTube event and someone paid for my airfare and hotel, maybe, but God, I would not be going anywhere. I would just be in my hotel room doing nothing. Anyhoozle. So our main topics for today, we've got the UK trans thing. And we've got the Trump off the ballot in Colorado thing. What else do we have? Those are kind of the two main things that I wanted to talk about today. There's a South Carolina bill requiring schools to report pronouns. I feel like that's less sweeping than the UK one, so I might mention it during the UK one. Dilbert is a Trump voter. Well, all right. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, no. There's a bunch of new legislative bills that have been put in, and Erin has published her spreadsheet about it. So there's like a shit ton of bills that have been pre-filed. Like, there's a good amount of scrolling that I would... Well, okay, that's not as many as I would have expected. There are approximately 90 bills that have been pre-filed. Or hold on. Are all these... Wait. So there's... Yeah, there's some bills that have been pre-filed. Maybe not like 90, but yeah, there's at least 90 actively being looked at in their congressional situations. Pre-file, referred to Education Committee, co-authored, public hearing has been held. Yeah, so all of these are in process. I'm just looking at a spreadsheet, guys. Sorry, I'm not showing it to you. Here's the spreadsheet. Wow, look at it. There's so much spreadsheet happening here. These are all the active bills that Erin has tracked at the moment. Anti-trans bills in the United States. What's the general opinion on how those bills will go? If they're shot down, does that make it harder for them to try again? They're doing what's called, it's very colloquially called shotgunning, when they just kind of file a bunch of different laws that all relate to sort of the same thing and hope that one of them passes through. Like, shit ton of these are in Missouri. Like, look at this. Missouri, forced misgendering law, online obscenity law, legal discrimination in healthcare law, gender-affirming care ban, book ban, trans bathroom ban, Anti-Boycotts Act, ban on public investment in ESG funds, don't say gay/forced outing bill, another don't say gay/forced outing bill, Anti-Boycotts Act, online obscenity law, gender-affirming care ban, drag ban, trans sports ban, pronoun ban, book ban. That I'm not even done, and that's just in Missouri. So general consensus is they're gonna manage to pass some of them in some of these places. And it's just a matter of, you know, we are already dealing with trans bathroom ban in the appeals court, and that may very well be on its way to the Supreme Court. So we may see that the Supreme Court lays down some lays down some rules about this. I'm not terribly hopeful, but yeah, if it were to happen that the Ninth Circuit Appeals Court says, hey, trans people are allowed to use bathrooms, stop trying to do this shit. If it doesn't go to the Supreme Court, then that would be the precedent within the Ninth Circuit. If it goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says trans people deserve the right to use the bathrooms, stop fucking with this, then that means that any lower court, like any state that tries to pass a law against it, wouldn't be able to, right? HB 68 in Ohio passed. It's still sitting on DeWine's desk as far as I know. I know that he's a Republican in Ohio, but we were not sure if he was going to sign it or not. He seems like he's not 100% guaranteed to sign it. I love that there's so many bills that we need an autistic person's special interest to keep track. True. A workaround to bathrooms is the gender-neutral bathrooms. That's a good compromise. Dilbert, separate but equal is not a compromise. That's called legal discrimination. You know? I prefer gender-neutral bathrooms because I'm non-binary anyway. And I don't like the idea that like any of the binary bathrooms, I don't want people to ask me questions. But like trans people, like if you have a space that is for women and then you tell trans women they can't go in there, that's discrimination. It's separate but equal to give them a separate space. It's like you're just trying to say, oh, you have the same dignity as everyone else, but we're not going to let you go into the women's bathroom, you know? And the reason why that's being discussed in the Ninth Circuit Appeals Court right now is that 21 state attorneys general filed an amicus brief going into detail about how there are no like issues with trans people harassing or assaulting people in the bathroom. You have to compromise. It can't be winner take all. Here's the thing, Dilbert. Trans people have been using the bathroom of their correct gender like for longer than probably either you or I have been alive, because it doesn't because nobody, like, it was never illegal, you know, up until 2016, it's never been illegal. So the compromise is leave trans people the fuck alone. Like, I don't understand why you think that the compromise has to be, I need to accept having fewer rights than other people do. The compromise position is stop trying to restrict other people's rights and access to stuff. Like, I don't, you know, again, like, I don't know, again, why am I being asked to capitulate? Because I know it doesn't work. What do you mean? Again, Republicans are like inventing a problem here. They're just like inventing this problem and attacking trans people and trying to limit my public rights to access public bathrooms. Like, if you say trans people have to use third gender spaces, they have to use gender neutral bathrooms. Okay, well, who is going to fund adding gender neutral facilities? Or like, are you going to say legally you need to make all public bathrooms gender neutral so that like there is no such thing as a sexed space, you know? Like, but if you say trans people have to use gender neutral bathrooms legally, then like I still can't use the bathroom anywhere that doesn't have a gender neutral space, which is most places. Yeah, let's compromise with Dilbert. Transphobic people aren't allowed to use public bathrooms. Anyway, what's up, Druzilla? The only place I visited in the U.S. was Raleigh, North Carolina. I loved it. I have a good friend there. That was my first time in the States. I've never been to North Carolina. It's kind of the South. Trans women started changing at the gym in women's spaces and it created a stir. I don't care. Like, why are you staring at other people's bodies? Like, if a cis woman is upset at a trans woman being in the bathroom, stop looking at her body. And what's interesting, Dilbert, is we went over one example of a cisgender girl, woman, like 18-year-old, complaining about a trans woman in the bathroom, but that trans woman had had a pussy surgery. So they like complain about trans women in the bathrooms, but it's not even about whether they're intact or not. And also, let's not pretend like trans women are out there hanging dong, like swinging it around for everybody to see. A lot of the times they're like, I'm trying to remain private anyway. Again, why do you think that cis people being uncomfortable with something has anything to do with whether trans people should be allowed to be there? Like, I don't care about your feelings. Your feelings do not, like, create a justification for limiting my right to be in public spaces. White women were really uncomfortable with black women sharing their public spaces and, like, not using the same, like, water fountains as them and stuff. Like, white women used to, like, get black men lynched because they were uncomfortable that he was looking at her. So, like, again, is this how we structure society? By, like, the people who are in power, in the majority, can just decide that they don't like being around a type of person that they don't like, and that then becomes, like, legal justification for limiting public access rights? Women have a right to their concerns. Women don't have the right to have other people forcibly removed from a space for not doing anything to them. If someone is being inappropriate to you in a bathroom, it doesn't matter what their gender is. You know, if you're making the argument that, oh, we can't have trans women in those spaces because it'll make cis women uncomfortable, like, you know, I don't know how old you are, Dilbert, sweetheart, but when I was a kid, and I'm almost 30, it used to be that people would say, if you're gay, you shouldn't be in those same-sex spaces. Like, so if you were a woman who looked kind of masculine, people would assume that you were a butch lesbian, and then they would try to get you removed from those spaces. And same thing with gay men. You know, I read an article recently, like it was a letter to the editor type thing, about how an attendant in the locker room who was like a man who was the kind of, he was giving you your towel kind of guy. He had nail polish on, and this man was like, this person should not be working in the locker room because they're getting their giggles looking at men's bodies. So, you know, the arguments against trans people being in the public spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms, it's just regurgitated homophobia. And, you know, we've kind of decided that that's not reasonable. I don't know. That's why I say you compromise when you are not in the majority culture. No, what you're saying again is that if a ton of white people, if the majority of white people don't like black people using the same bathroom as them, then black people just have to accept not being allowed to use the bathroom. You are the kind of person who, if you were alive like 60 years ago, 80 years ago during 1960s, you would be legitimately going, yeah, well, black people are a minority in our culture, and so you should just accept having to use a separate bathroom. You know, I just want you to understand that it's identical. The argument that you're making is exactly the same. You know, white women have a reason to be concerned about black men being allowed to enter the same restaurant as them and sit at the same bar as them. All people have a right to their concerns. No one has a guarantee that those concerns should be taken seriously. Right, that's the thing. Like, do your concerns merit limiting someone else's rights? No, they don't. It's like, you don't get to do that. I don't care how uncomfortable, quote unquote, cis women are around people they don't like. That's not my concern. The nature in North Carolina was beautiful. Nice. Right, I don't care about concerns. Please demonstrate the harm. Exactly. You can't justify taking away people's rights just because people want to. Like, you're basically saying because people want to, they're going to. Anyhoozle, drinking more water now. Okay. Okay, I have this thing. I didn't really plan to talk about Erin and her reporting today. Okay. Okay, I don't need that open anymore. Trump. Mr. Donald Trump. Trump blocked from appearing on presidential primary ballot by Colorado Supreme Court. Excuse me. Hold on. Should we talk about this first or the UK schools thing first? Vote with 1 or 2. 1, we talk about Trump first. 2, we talk about UK schools first. What do we want to do first? Vote, my lovelies. We want to do Trump? We have 1 vote for each. Sad Trump et true. We can get back to the UK schools one later. Vote 1 for Trump. Vote 2 for UK schools. We want Trump. Oh my goodness, I'm getting kind of warm now. I'm wearing, like, fleece. I'm so warm and cozy. It's a little bit too warm right now. Kind of seems like we're leaning more toward Mr. Trump. And we will get around to the UK thing, but it'll be a little bit later. Two. I was like, do we want to shift gears off of this gender stuff, or do we want to keep the momentum going, and then, or are we going to circle back around to it later? Like, I don't know. Democrats were so desperate for a candidate, they nominated UK schools to run against Trump. I wish they would nominate literally, almost literally anyone else to run besides Biden. Like, please. Okay, here's my thing. Okay, here. I think I've decided what I'm going to do. Because I live in Kansas and it's going to go red and it doesn't matter what I do, I think I'm going to write in ranked choice. Like, I don't know what else to do because I'm not voting for Biden. Like, I'm just not going to do it. But there isn't an actual third-party candidate. And so I think that I'm just going to use my vote to protest and, like, say we need a ranked choice system. That's my plan. I can't recommend that you do that because I don't know where you live. If you live in a state that you're pretty sure is going to go blue, and you know for sure that it is going to go blue, you're not for sure that it's going to go blue, okay? And you should vote for Biden. If you live in a state that's definitely going to go red, I don't care what you do. If you live in a swing state, please vote for Biden. Harm reduction. Ranked choice is such a messy way to vote. How is it messy? You literally just say, here's my first choice, and if that person doesn't get enough of a... So here's how ranked choice works. You say, okay, let's say that it's a three-party system. Okay, let's just pretend. You might vote for, let's say, Jill Stein. Let's say, like, okay, my first vote is for Jill Stein. But if she doesn't get enough of the vote, then I would say my second choice is Joe Biden. And then if Jill Stein didn't get enough votes, then all of the people who ranked Biden as their second choice, their Jill Stein vote would then transfer to Biden. So the way that would work in this system is you would no longer be accused as a third-party voter of stealing votes from the Democrats, for example. And this also means that if you had, like, let's say you don't really like Trump anymore. Let's say you voted for him the first time, but then you decided you didn't really like him. So instead you want to vote, but the Republicans decide to put him up as their candidate anyway, okay? And you decide you're going to vote for the libertarian candidate, even though you don't agree with his policies, 100%, but you like him better than you like Trump, okay? Ranked choice vote. You're like, I guess I could still, my vote can go to Trump if the libertarian guy doesn't win. It's the same thing where, like, you can vote for the libertarian guy, and if he doesn't get enough votes, then your vote will simply transfer to your second choice, which means that you have the option of a third party that could gradually have a little bit more representation. It's very practical. It's not complicated at all. And people kind of pretend like it's complicated so that they can act like first past the post is anything other than a hostage situation. We're in a hostage situation. Oh, God. 55 likes. Can we get to 69 likes today? Girls. Can we get to $69 in donations today? Can we? $5 will help me get a Christmas dinner. Delicious. Move to NYC. That sounds like a nightmare. I'm definitely not moving to New York City. I am going to move to the other coast, the opposite coast. We can certainly feel vindicated in this moment. We can certainly celebrate in this moment, even though we know that it's probably not going to stick, that Trump has been removed from the ballot in Colorado by the Colorado Supreme Court. So basically there's a 14th Amendment, like, provision. The 14th Amendment is long. It's got a lot of stuff in there, Gorge. So one of the things in there was, so after the Civil War, the main U.S. government decided that they didn't want any seditious Confederate politicians getting into office so that they could then, usurp the United States government. That was basically the idea. So that is the sort of crux issue about the whole Trump supported the insurrection thing. Should he even be allowed to hold office again? Should he even be allowed to run? That is kind of the question that we're running into here. And there are some interesting discussions to have about it. Like, is this anti-democratic fundamentally that this rule exists in the 14th Amendment? Or is it dangerous because it could be reused by Republicans in order to limit, like, Democrats having access to the government? Like, they could accuse Democrats of doing seditious acts even though they haven't. Excuse me. But so obviously this decision is probably going to get appealed up to the Supreme Court, and it is probably going to be struck down for what, like, they will come up with some reason. But as of right now, the Colorado Supreme Court ruled Tuesday that Donald Trump cannot appear on the state's Republican presidential primary ballot next year because he is disqualified for engaging in an insurrection at January 6, 2021. The stunning 4-3 decision is almost certain to be immediately appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, obviously, and is likely to have national ripple effects. I do think that where their heart is in the right place, that this is probably going to rebound and inevitably is going to increase Trump's support. Like, ooh, they're literally trying to get him off the ballot. It's anti-democratic. Blah, blah, blah. They're trying to steal the election. Like, I do kind of think, unfortunately, that even though it is the right and just thing to do under the provisions of the 14th Amendment, I do think that he is going to end up just being bolstered by this more than anything. There have been similar lawsuits seeking to block Trump from appearing on primary ballots in other states, but none have so far been successful. Colorado's presidential primary ballot must be set by January 5. Ballots will start being mailed to military and overseas voters on January 20th. Election day is going to be March 5th, as far as the primary goes. The majority opinion wrote, "We are mindful of the magnitude and weight of the questions now before us. We are likewise mindful of our solemn duty to apply the law without fear or favor and without being swayed by public reaction to the decisions that the law mandates we reach." I think essentially that the 14th Amendment, it does not require conviction. Like, you don't have to be convicted of sedition against the United States, which is why the Supreme Court of Colorado has come to this decision in particular. Yeah, of course, Trump has claimed, like, they're definitely gonna appeal any of these type of decisions, and they're confident that the Supreme Court at the U.S. level will quickly overrule, and I think that they will. Electorally speaking, so the Colorado Sun here is saying, electorally speaking, Colorado is unimportant in the 2024 presidential race. Trump lost to President Joe Biden in Colorado by 13 points in 2020, and polls show that he remains deeply unpopular in the state. But this Colorado Supreme Court's ruling means that Trump's bid next year may hinge on Colorado. If the U.S. Supreme Court upholds the Colorado Supreme Court decision, Trump could be disqualified from appearing on the Republican presidential primary ballot in other states. That's what we hope for, obviously. It's not going to happen. Let's not pretend. We have the majority is conservative on the Supreme Court. They're definitely going to find some weaselly way to rule in his behavior, rule in his favor, excuse me. Honestly, who cares about the legalese at this point? Earlier on the majority report, I was almost screaming at them because they kept talking about the legal arguments, and I'm just like, it doesn't matter. The Supreme Court is ideologically motivated. It doesn't matter what the law says. Yeah, and yeah. I think it's an interesting conversation to have about what the actual 14th Amendment says, because there's an interesting conversation to be had about whether this is a negative thing in a democratic country. Like whether this provision is a good or bad thing, that your political opposition could just accuse you of being seditious, and then that just is enough to get you off the ballot. Like, you don't even have to be convicted or anything. And it does, I think, people could say basic anti-fascist action is against the U.S. government, and therefore you can't hold it is one of those things that could be misused. True, Zumi. If that did work, would he be replaced with another Republican? Oh, I'm sure that he would be replaced with another Republican, because this is the Republican primary vote. This is not the presidential vote. This is the party. So, like, if you're registered as either a Democrat or a Republican, they invite you to vote in the primary. So that's you voting on who actually gets to be the Republican or the Democrat who is on the ballot when you vote for president later. So if this gets upheld, then the Republican primary vote will not include Trump on it. They might, yeah, it might be a choice between Nikki Haley and Ramaswamy and Ted Cruz. You know, it might be a choice between other people, and maybe Trump would have been in the mix amongst those others. But yeah, he would not even be an option in the state of Colorado, which means that, you know, none of the electoral votes in Colorado could go to a Republican, but they weren't going to anyway. So this kind of only matters in swing states and red states. If we were, I like how Ron DeSantis has become so irrelevant, you forgot about him. True. I didn't think about him at all. Completely didn't even think about him at all. Even if the Supreme Court strikes it down, it would take them time to hear the case, time that would otherwise be spent overturning Obergefell versus Hodges or whatever, win-win. Yeah, that's the thing. I guess the Supreme Court, because the fact that these primaries are coming up soon, like it needs to be set in stone by January 5, which is only in 2 or 3 weeks. So the Supreme Court will need to address, you know, they'll have to get fucking on it. Whoever is gonna countersue for the Colorado Supreme Court, like, does it even go directly to the Supreme Court, or is it gonna go through an appeals court and then up to the Supreme Court? I'm not completely sure how it works. I think that different situations end up going through different appeals courts and shit, so it's kind of complicated. But they're gonna have to really bust ass to get a decision on this. If they're gonna strike it down, they're gonna need to really bust ass to get that decision before January 5, which is when the Republican primary names need to be cemented. I watched Legal about it today. I haven't caught the Legal about it. I do love him explaining things, though. It's pretty good. The more dumb paperwork we have distracting the Supreme Court from doing stupid shit, the better. I can't disagree with you, Divinity. I cannot disagree with you. So Section 3 of the 14th Amendment bars, quote, officers of the United States who took an, quote, oath to support the Constitution of the United States and then, quote, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof from holding federal or state office again. So I did watch the Legal video about this, and one of the main questions about whether Trump can be caught up on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is, does the president count as an officer of the United States or not? And there is apparently some debate on that subject. It doesn't seem to me that there's any debate as to whether he gave aid or comfort to the insurrection, because he definitely, you know, indicated support, told them when to come, told them where to go. And so I think it would be hard to say that on the merits of the case that he didn't aid and give comfort to the enemies of the United States government. But I do think that that question of, is he an officer of the United States, is going to end up being, it's again the stupid bullshit legalese where they'll find any excuse to let him off the hook. Am I understanding right that if it gets struck down, then he will be on the ballot for Colorado, but if it goes to the Supreme Court and gets upheld, he is off of it in all 50? No, that is not the case. So you are correct in the first part. If it gets struck down, then he will be on the ballot for Colorado's Republican primary vote. However, if the Supreme Court upholds Colorado's decision, then that means that if other states would like to remove him under the provisions of the 14th Amendment, then they are allowed to do so, and that they won't be able to challenge it in the courts, basically. So it wouldn't be that he's automatically off, but it would mean that states have the right to remove him from their primary ballot. Colorado brilliantly argued states' rights in this instance. To overturn the decision, SCOTUS would have to weaken states' rights, which would hurt them with the overturn of Roe v. Wade. GOP's best decision would be to leave Trump out to dry. Yeah, the problem is that they're going to be, like, they're going to just do whatever they want to ideologically, and it doesn't matter what the actual facts of the case are. You know, they absolutely will say, oh, the federal government shouldn't be stepping in when it comes to these things. We should leave it up to the states. And then on other issues, they'll be like, oh, well, the states are too dumb to handle this. We need to make sure that there's not abuses happening on the state level, because it doesn't, because they don't actually believe in any of the things that they claim to believe in. As per usual, like we've said it before, we'll say it again. They don't actually believe in the democratic process. They don't actually believe that bad things are bad and good things are good. They believe that they are going to do whatever they want, and they will weaponize the fact that you care and you have values. Like, they're just going to weaponize that against you. GOP backstabbing Trump is not out of the this equation. Maybe. But it seems like they're just going to rally around him. I don't see how else they're going to win the election. There is no other candidate who is even close to Trump on the Republican numbers. Like, let me just check myself here. Who's ahead in the national polls? As of December 20th, it's Trump by a huge margin. In fact, his polling is going up. It's above 60 points right now. It's at like 63 points. 63-point approval rating or whatever, like for Trump, 62% or so. And the next person down is Ron DeSantis with a glowing fucking 14 points. So there's just no way that the Republican Party is going to put anybody but Trump up front and center. They will not win otherwise. Yeah, this points out, again, the main argument is that he is not an officer of the United States. I'm just kind of skimming through this a little bit more to see if there's anything else that I should add. One of the people in this case said it seemed absurd that drafters of the 14th Amendment wouldn't have meant for the 14th Amendment to apply to presidents. Justice Monica Marquez said in her readings of case law, she, quote, saw no rational reason for that type of an exclusion. Batsamur said it seemed odd that the presidents and vice presidents weren't specifically called out in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. If it was so important that the president be included, why not spell it out? Like, did they go through and say, members of Congress and governors and mayors and state Supreme Court justices, like all of these people are not allowed to commit insurrection? No, it just said officers of the United States. Like, imagine demanding that the president and vice president be explicitly enumerated under that clause. That's so dumb. I don't think the GOP establishment mind Biden because he's a living NPC. The great thing about Biden is that he is a Republican. He just refuses to call himself one. So, of course, like, the Republicans will pretend like they have an issue with him, but in fact, he is their vehicle for continuing to do a lot of really heinous things to people. Maybe they were naive enough to believe that we would never get an insurrectionist on the ballot. Maybe, yeah, that's another thing, Mama Mephistopheles. I do think that the way that the United States government is set up is, like, frankly predicated on a great deal of presumption of good faith that is alarming. Like, our justices are supposed to be nonpartisan, and yet they continue to vote down party lines based on who they were appointed by. Weird. And there's no rules about misrepresenting your beliefs or about being hypocritical or having wildly different applications of the interpretation of the law between one thing and another. Like, there's a presumption that Supreme Court justices will be impartial and they will not lie and be politically motivated. And yet they are. And yet they do. They lie. And they do ideologically run the decision-making process. They do not believe in being impartial for the most part. And the same thing with this insurrection thing. Maybe they didn't specifically say a president or vice president also is not allowed to do insurrection, because there was an assumption that a president, like someone who had earned the presidency office, would probably be too noble, too honorable to undermine the United States by staging an insurrection. I do, like, again, I do think that the way our government works is predicated on way too much presumption of good faith, and that is one of the most dangerous things about the system. The whole, I don't think that this section of the 14th Amendment is necessarily a danger to democracy just because it can be misused, right? The fact that, districts get rewritten by the people who are elected into them, like, hypothetically, that shouldn't be a bad thing. And yet gerrymandering exists, and it has robbed us of democracy in this country. So is the idea of districts bad? Is the idea of rewriting the districts bad? Or is it just the idea of the people who you voted for rewriting the districts? Is writing the districts okay so long as it's a third party doing it, right? So in this instance, again, is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment anti-democratic because it allows for, like, a person to be taken off the ballot in the absence of criminal proof of wrongdoing? Like, is it bad fundamentally, or is it only bad because it can be misused by Republicans who will accuse Democrats of being insurrectionists, because Republicans will point at you, they'll go, we didn't do an insurrection. No, you do an insurrection. Your protest was an insurrection. Clarence Thomas went from a net worth of $360,000 and now is worth $78 million from taking bribes. He only makes $300,000 per year on SCOTUS. He's only reported 2 small gifts since he has become a justice as well. Yeah, let's just not pretend like democracy is real in this country when there is so much blatant evidence of Clarence Thomas having financial interests that are inappropriate, like receiving all these gifts. Very clearly his wife participated somehow in the insurrection. I can't remember the details, but it's very obvious, and yet he does not recuse himself in cases related to that, despite his personal relationship with his wife, a person who is part of the conspiracy. Like, we live in a clown world where Supreme Court justices can be rapists and, like, money, like, hoarders and stuff. And, like, oh yeah, exactly. It's the golden rule. Him have the gold, him make the rule. Lots of things in the Constitution make a lot more sense when you consider that the Pony Express was the height of communication technology. True. Oh, man. This is dumb. Hey, if you're just coming in, hit the like button. We're talking about Trump right now. Isn't that amazing? We're trying to get to 69 likes. And if we can get to $69 in donations, that would be a hell of a Christmas present for me. I'll show off my buff arms if we get there. But not a moment before. We can cross our fingers that SCOTUS will backstab Trump, but I doubt that they will. They might, but I doubt that they will. The court's majority opinion said, quote, President Trump asks us to hold that Section 3 disqualifies every oath-breaking insurrectionist except the most powerful one, and that it bars oath-breakers from virtually every office, both state and federal, except the highest one in the land. Both results are inconsistent with the plain language and history of Section 3. The majority also found that state courts do have jurisdiction in the case. Were we to adopt President Trump's view, Colorado could not exclude from the ballot even candidates who plainly do not satisfy the age, residency, and citizenship requirements of the Presidential Qualifications Clause. It would mean that the state would be powerless to exclude a 28-year-old, a non-resident of the United States, or even a foreign national from the presidential primary ballot in Colorado. Yeah, and the record amply established that the events of January 6 constituted a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking the actions necessary to accomplish the peaceful transfer of power in this country. Under any viable definition, this constituted an insurrection. So basically, yeah, they're just saying, like, there is no question that this is insurrection behavior, and therefore there is no reason why the vice president or the president should be exempt from the rules about sedition and insurrection under the 14th Amendment. Therefore, bing, bang, boom, he doesn't get to be on the ballot. If the money's right, they'll backstab him. Yeah, 3 of them were appointed by Trump. Alito and Thomas are zealots. Maybe Roberts might turn, but that's still only 4-5. Yeah, it seems to me as though it is definitely going to go that direction. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. Drink some water, babes. Cheers, delicious. I might have to get more in a second so that I can continue talking. Water's good for continuing to talk. What kind of moneyed interest would want to prevent Trump from being on the ballot in Colorado? That's the question. If we think that the Supreme Court could be influenced by a financial gain, you know, I think that most of them will gain financially more so if they would allow Trump to be on the ballot, right? Because he's gonna be like, oh, I promised to do all these things or whatever, you know, like he's just gonna be a skis ball. He seems to have no problem selling out, so. What's up, Atreyu? January 6th insurrection, promoting fascism, Project 25, etc. And it's not disqualifying for being president. Where is the discussion, honestly, to disqualify Trump from running? Yeah, it, like, across the whole country, I don't know where the conversation is with this. At least a couple of other states have said if Colorado succeeds in not having this struck down by the Supreme Court, then they will also follow suit and have him removed from their Republican primary ballots as well. Which, if that is happening in states where there was a chance of either of their electoral votes, the two electoral college votes going to Trump, then sure, it'll make a difference. But mostly this is going to happen in Democratic areas, so it's probably not going to make that big of a difference, even if it did get upheld, you know. Yeah, and if this had come up somewhat earlier, you could say the Republicans would have been fine taking him off the ballot to push someone like DeSantis, but we're in too deep. It's so clear that he's their only shot. The dark money who want to restrict individual rights and give more rights to corporations at the state level could benefit from stabbing Trump in the back. If they're playing for the long term, sacrificing him and blaming it somehow on the Democrats would help them the most. If they are purely short-sighted, they would help Trump. You know, as far as I can tell, Mersh, you weren't here last time, I don't think. We watched a whole video, a 10-minute video of this guy basically saying, look at the behavior of the Democrats and start looking at it through the lens of they're losing on purpose. Then a lot of their actions start to make more sense, right? But like, it seems like both parties are purely looking at the short-sighted immediate benefits. If you didn't see that, by the way, it's really good, Mersh. I'm going to post that segment here in like a week, maybe, and it's a good one. But yeah, it's essentially that the Republicans, when they're getting their pockets lined by corporate interests like climate change, you know, people who are benefiting from pollution, they can say they're going to cut taxes on the rich and say that they're going to limit the rights to abortion, and they can mostly do what they promise to do. But when Democrats promise to do all these things that are going to help people, they then get into office and have to pretend like there's something stopping them from doing those things to help people, because in reality, Democrats are actually interested in getting the corporate donor money just like Republicans are. They just have to pretend like they're incapable of doing the things that they say that they're going to do. Remember when the conversation about a federal minimum wage increase just stopped dead because the Democrats said, oh, the Senate parliamentarian won't let us talk about it. Like, they just made up some person to say, no, we're not allowed to. Like, so no conversation about the increase of minimum wage has happened since Biden was elected, even though that was one of the things that people really wanted from a Biden presidency. People really were interested in having a discussion, at least, about increasing the federal minimum wage, which is still $7.25. I live in the great state of Kansas, where our minimum wage is the same as the federal minimum wage. So, Trans Cat Dad, hello! What up, my fellow slurs? Hello, good to see you here. We are just wrapping up talking about Trump and him being removed from the ballot in Colorado and all of the, all of the impacts that could have. So it's a good time. I'm thinking in terms of promoting long-term fascism. I did see the video. They would be playing a good cop, bad cop game to sacrifice Trump to their benefit. Sure, yeah. Good cop, bad cop kind of thing. I think that that's like the only way that they could play this. Trying to present someone else as being, oh, Trump was too crazy for us. Like, how? But you can't. They're in too deep. The Republicans have completely entwined themselves with this, like, they're pro-insurrection and they're anti-abortion. You know, they can't walk any of that back at this point. Good cop, bad cop, but sadly, ACAB true. That's kind of like good cop, bad cop, I think, is a good way to describe the Democrat versus Republican thing. You know, like, they're both cops and they both want to fuck you over, but one of them will pretend to be nice. One of them will get you a coffee and a donut to try to lure you into a false sense of security. We're working on turning my city into an LGBT sanctuary, by the way. Nice! You're still living in Missouri? I saw that they had so many laws in pre-file right now. That's a nightmare. So I'm, like, really good on you for doing that work and trying to find, you know, I know that Kansas City, for example, a lot of the time, Kansas City, Missouri, I think that actually they did declare themselves a sanctuary. So Columbia, cool. I've been on the news for it a few times recently. That's terrifying, but I'm so proud of you. That's really, really important work. I have no desire to do that kind of work locally. So honestly, like, salute. Oh. Welcome, NBeast, to the chat. Based, yes, very based. Okay, let me see if there's anything else in this article that's worth looking at. Charlotte, oh my goodness. 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. No comment, but thank you. I appreciate you. That's really sweet. I hope that everybody enjoys their dicks. Can we get some dicks in chat, please? It makes me happy to see the rainbow dicks. Yes! Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Okay, I need the calculator now because I can't do math in my head. Dicks, dicks, dicks. Dicks, dicks. Oh, did I hit the wrong button? Oops, hit the wrong button. Sorry, my calculator buttons are also the buttons that I use to navigate stream, so that was my bad. Anyway, stream is at 5666 out of 69. Nice. I don't think there's anything else in this article that I really need to discuss, though. It kind of seems like the, you know, like, yeah, there's some questions about whether this actually counts as insurrection or whether he actually... I guess there's not a lot of questions about whether it counts as insurrection, but mostly, like, whether he is responsible for it. Just left Jammy Dodger and Shaba's charity stream on YouTube. Feeling really happy for the rest of the night. I'm going to be discussing schools next. I'm not done streaming until, like, 8 o'clock. So it's, like, 6:45 right now. And we're going to be discussing a couple more things, at least one more major subject before we get ready to log off, which is usually around 8 o'clock. Glad I missed the Trump stuff. Success, you dodged. Yes. I was already sad it was over already. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll have many more opportunities to talk about Trump. We'll get around to it. Ooh, we're almost at 69 likes. We're almost at 69 likes and almost at $69 for the stream. Look at us. This community, so thriving, so moisturized, so in its lane. Yes, gifted subs. Elliot, Darth Gently, the Palm Top Tiger, Orange, and Trans Cat Dad all got gifted subs from Charlotte. You gifted your subs to everybody else, and you didn't get one for yourself, apparently, Charlotte. Poggies. We got 69 likes. Yes! Nice, we did it. Every time I do this, I keep being like rock, paper, scissors. Okay, I'm gonna find a Hassan video, and I'll let Daddy Hassan babysit you while I go to the bathroom. Hassan! What's amazing is that despite the fact that I keep watching Hassan videos with you guys, I don't get recommendations from his channel still. Like, YouTube has still not started putting him in the mix. It's figured it out. I love babysitters chosen by Lux. Hassan is your babysitter. Okay, we don't need him just yet. We'll pack things up and get ready to go in a second here. I might drink the rest of my coffee. Yum. Yes, what I'm going to be doing with donation money is buying myself one of my own mugs. That's one of the things that I'm going to do. Hassan is too much of a hunky himbo for me. I know. I don't really like him that much. I just think that it's always morally justified to play his content while I go to the bathroom. Like, I think that that's just always true. Hassan can be a bit shouty. Yeah, it's always morally and legally. It's always fair use. There we go. Your characters didn't come through on my end, at least, but thank you for your tier 1 sub. Enjoy your dicks, Charlotte. Very much appreciated. Now we're at 61, 66 out of our goal of 69. 69. Sounds of H-Bomber guy in the distance. Lux, who is your favorite Baldur's Gate 3 party member? I am a bad queer, and I know nothing about Baldur's Gate 3. I've been deliberately avoiding learning anything about it, partially because I think somewhere in my mind I'm imagining that I might play it someday. But girl, it costs money. Like, I have Pokemon Snap, and I still haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom. I got games that I can play. Just say it's Karlach, always Karlach. Is he the one with the white hair? Because I see a lot of screenshots of him around. I checked out Hassan for a bit and liked it for the energy, but then checked out after not too long. Baldur's Gate 3 is full price. We'll play it next summer or something, right? Karlach is a tiefling. She's a tiefling with the muscle mommy energy. Oh, okay, I see. I need to get out of frame before you accidentally see how buff my arms are. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be back momentarily. There we go.
Jim Jones of NBC? Is he here? Oh. The guy says, Mr. President, what about this? What about that? What about that? I would like to tell you the following. He's reading the answer, meaning he knows the questions and they write down the answer. He reads the
right, dude.
People are so starving for Trump content, dude.
I want to go to Ty Cobb now, the former Trump White House lawyer. So, Ty, 133 pages, and then you have the 3 dissents, which I'm trying to work my way through here. From what you've seen, what do you take away?
The Supreme Court has to take this. They can stay the dates in Colorado. They'll move expeditiously. You know, the real key issue in this case is Trump an officer of the United States in the context in which that term is used in Article 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Right.
And in 2010, Chief Justice Roberts explained in Free Enterprise that people don't vote for officers of the United States. Article 2, officers of the United States, is commonly understood in the Constitution to refer to appointed officials. So I think this case will be handled quickly. I think it could be 9-0 in the Supreme Court for Trump
And can I just say, Ty,
that's-
that would be, I mean, that would, I had to emphasize, I don't ever like talking about who appointed whom because you like to just believe in the impartiality of justice. But nonetheless, it has become important. So, because Trump's already.
Shut the
Supreme Court,
up. The impartiality of justice? What the
they didn't all rule against you.
Why are you defending the Supreme Court under the false notion of impartiality?
We're looking into the distance here.
God, I hate
but
liberals.
If you're looking at 9-0, that would sure be a statement.
At least conservatives are honest. At least conservatives are honest. They're honest about their pervetry. They're honest about their racism. They're literally like, no, dog, I'm court packing. And then they simultaneously say Democrats are court packing, but they're doing it too. It's like, you, I hate liberals, man.
I was on a panel with Professor Bowett at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics discussing this, and heard his views. And his scholarship is excellent. On the other hand, there are multiple competing scholars who disagree and highlight the point that I just made about the multiple Supreme Court decisions.
Bro,
which
Trump
are three,
fell off hard. 18K Andy, bro, he fell off worse than me.
not conclude that officers, as used in the context, as this context, include the president or the vice president. The Supreme Court, though, will not hesitate to move quickly on this. They know what the stakes are. They know what their responsibility is.
You know, what do
Sadly,
you
that's
think? As he
true. I
walks
believe
out
that.
there, is this something he sees as basically a win in a certain sense?
Oh, totally. Oh, totally. This vindicates his insistence that this is a political conspiracy to interfere with the election, and that that he's the target, and people shouldn't tolerate that in America. It's doodah, but but that's the way he tries to sell this. Now the reality is he committed these crimes in 2021.
Crooked Joe Biden is a low IQ individual. He is truly the worst, most incompetent, and most corrupt president in the history of our country. Other than that, I think quite a bit of him. Can you believe what's going on in our country? Can you believe what's going on with the border? You watch.
My mom is laughing at
Trump's
Trump's
doesn't want to show
bits.
it too much, certain of them. And I will tell you what's going on in our
She
border.
loved
They're
the
coming
most
in by the
corrupt. Other than
millions,
that, I
and
think
we have
quite a
no
bit of
idea
him
who
part.
they are. Not one
This
thing
is
has
a
gotten better under
feminist,
Crooked Joe
lifelong
Biden. Under the
feminist.
Trump administration, you were better off, your
College
family was
professor
better
with a
off, your
PhD.
neighbors were better off, and our country was better off. As soon as I get back in the Oval Office, I'll also immediately end the war on Christians. I don't know if you feel that. If you have a war, this is a war. Under Crooked Joe Biden, Christians and Americans of faith are being persecuted, and government has been weaponized
right.
against
Hello.
religion.
Finally.
I'm
never
back
be-
temporarily, but then I'm going to step away again for a quick second. I'm here to show off the kitty for a moment, and I'm going to use him here to do my little plug so that I can put it in my videos. Hey, real quick, hit the like button if you're enjoying the content. Hit the subscribe button as well and turn on all notifications. And also take a moment to check out the links in the description for merchandise and Patreon, where you can find exclusive free content. Okay, now we're done. Go away. He's so beleaguered. Okay, I got so distracted by him that I forgot to get my water. So I'm actually gonna grab my water, and then I'll be back momentarily.
Before, and also presidents like never before. Here I am. I always say Al Capone was treated better than I was treated. Scarface, Al Capone, he was a tough one. Biden and his corrupt Department of Injustice have sent SWAT teams to arrest pro-life activists. They've targeted conservative parents at school board meetings who don't want filth taught to their children. It's filth. What they're teaching in schools is filth. But they're being targeted. And now the communists, Marxists, and fascists are going hard after Catholics, even plotting to send spies into Catholic churches. It's
Okay,
all
now
They've
I'm back for
even
real.
made the Pope
Thank you,
gay.
Hazan. Thank you. Thank you for holding down the fort for me. I know, he's such a sweet boy. Yeah, no. Mid-scream. I know, you guys were saying that he's a screamer. I didn't believe you. And then I got the proof. The proof was in the pudding. There we go. I know my biceps were in the shot. Hassan decided to eat while holding the fort for you. That's so funny that every other time it seems that I step away and put a Hassan video on, he ends up leaving his stream during it as well. Like, you're being babysat by 2 chairs. People are so silly, I know. His little cat tongue. Yeah, he licks his face when he's going, hey, please don't, he's all upset and stuff. He's a cutie. He doesn't get really upset at anything, though. Mitternacht is a good guy. But what is a chair? Philosophical question for the ages. Chair is a social construct. It is. Horse is not chair. Okay? Stool is chair. Beanbag chair is chair. Weird. Nice arms, looking better than my SpaghettiOs. I would hope that they look better than SpaghettiOs because I work out 4 times a week. I'm about to have to stop. Well, I'm not going to stop working out. I'm just going to have to stop doing it for bulk because I thank God someone in chat I think mentioned it last stream and I wouldn't have thought about it and I would have been very upset when I started going back to the gym in January only to find a bunch of fucking people in there. Like, wow, I would have been upset. So thank you whoever pointed that out, that like, yes, people do flock to the gym in January for their resolutions and then they kind of flake out by February, hopefully. Because, yeah, every time I have to skip going to the gym, I'm bummed out. If I slept like shit and I know that I'm gonna be at risk for hurting myself at the gym and I don't go, I'm always so bummed out. So true, Charlotte. I got a cool job where I get to work with a lot of trans kids, and me and my GF have been able to aggressively save money these last few months. High five! That's amazing. I'm so psyched for you. I am in debt right now, and I wasn't a couple months ago because I moved, and I'm working my way out from under it. And you know, there are ways in which it would be nice to have regular employment, and I know that there's a reason why I prefer my job, but it is like I'm not making very much money right now. So, oh, I say that, and then we get a $20 Canadian from Kelsey. Thank you. I am still in Kansas. Yes, I will be here until 2025. And then we're planning on moving to the West Coast, probably Washington, Oregon kind of area, partially because, you know, that area we expect to be relatively climate stable for the next, like, 40 years. Anyway, Kelsey, thank you so much for your 20 Canadian. Flex them biceps, says Kelsey. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I guess it doesn't really matter if I do math, because that's definitely going to bring us over 69. I just don't know how much is 20 Canadian. Also, the super chats are stupid because I don't actually get those until like next month, but whatever. It definitely is appreciated very much. Anyway, let's see. 20 Canadian to USD. It's like $15. Okay. Nifty. I'll add that to the thing. $15. 76.66. That is the stream total. Okay, I'll do the flexing thing. Thank you very much. Brat brat pew pew. True. We missed 66.66. It's true. We did miss that. Oh god. I haven't flexed for the stream in a while. Yeah. Okay. I haven't done this in a while. I'm not even sure if my muscle growth is doing as much as I want it to, because I'm also trying to lose fat, and I feel like maybe my body is consuming some of my muscle and not letting me grow it, but I'm doing my damnedest. I feel like, yeah. Where are my shadows? Why there's like a weird shadow on my bicep. Go away. Oh, it's from the overhead light? It's from the overhead light. Anyway. And, like, I think I'm definitely getting, like, thicker right here. You can see that muscle right there is getting bigger. That's like, yeah, that's like a back muscle. That's pretty fun. You have way more definition than when I first started watching you. When was that? Nice lats. Is that the, yeah, that's the lats. And then this, there's also this, I can also like, sometimes I can make my pecs flex a little bit, but it's hard to do it without also flexing your shoulder at the same time. It's kind of weird, but like I can do it on this side sometimes. Like, eh, eh, eh. It's doing it a little bit. I don't know if you can tell at all. But yes, thank you all for helping helping reach the stream goal today. That hasn't happened in a little while. It is not happening as often recently, so I am very, very appreciative. I get to dono stream on Sunday. Yes! We appreciate you. Oh, earlier this year, I think. Early this year. Okay, yeah. So this year I've been in the gym, and it's been going nicely. I am the only person at the gym who wears a mask. By the way, if you wear an N95, like one of the 3M, like the good ones, with that like fold out, you know, they are super breathable and basically not a problem, even when you're working out. Working out is paying off. Thank you. We wish to support working out. So, yeah, so in January, when everybody and their mom is at the gym trying to get healthy, like, good on them. Thank you for doing that for yourself, but also get the fuck out of my gym. In February, I'll start up again, but in January, I'm going to be probably just doing body weight exercises at home. I got some stylish N95 masks last week, finally back in the habit. High five. The best time to start masking is today. And, like, if you don't have them today and you get them tomorrow, then the best time to start masking is tomorrow. But, you know, it's never too late to start doing it again. Hello. And you can also look up, there are charity programs and stuff that are giving away masks for free. So if you don't have the money, which, frankly, you know, they're not cheap, you can find them for free. I wish the state would give me free exercise equipment to make up for the time I did sports in basically, quote, the wrong body. Right. It would be nice. Oh, I would love to have a home gym. I've been thinking about that. What would I need in my home gym? What would I actually need? It would be, like, I guess, one of those cable machines that can do a lot of different stuff. Like a cable machine that has several different stations around it. That would be good, because I guess that'll cover, like, a lot of your shit. I subbed earlier because you handled the situation with the Chuddy guy so awesome. Thank you, Atreyu. We don't really get folks in here like that very often, because, you know, I have the requirement in my chat that you have to be subscribed for at least a minute, and that's enough of a deterrent to keep away most kind of troll spam people. Sometimes they come to my website and be abusive on my website, but yeah. I have decided that if I meet those kind of people in the wild, then I'm going to just have fun and be pleasant about it for the most part. I might occasionally call people fucking stupid, but for the most part, nope. I love running. Ooh, I've started doing the cycling thing. Have you considered that masks are 1984? True. And the best time to start wearing masks is now, and the second best time to start wearing masks is in 1984. I like that that's one of the things about the book. Spoilers, I guess, a little bit of spoilers momentarily if you haven't read 1984. But it's actually a question in the book as to whether the year is actually 1984. Like, that the... you know, access to information is so restricted and dictated by the central power that literally it could be any year and the people wouldn't have any idea. Bigots are often cowards, IRL. True. One thing is, if you have the bad knees, run on something with give like grass or sand because you need to reduce that impact. True. I don't like how it feels on my feet. Running on hard surfaces. And also my hip really hurts if I try to walk on the treadmill. So I'm doing the bike thing. I'm doing the is it called elliptical? I don't know. Where you just sit there and you're like with your feet. That's cardio, baby. A squat rack deadlift platform with a chin-up bar on the top. Yeah, of course. I don't like doing squats, but yes, you need to have one of those racks. I might not be the only person working out in my home gym. Project N95 gives out masks, I believe. Nice. Leg day was my fave. Yeah, I have like a weird lower back injury, and I was not sure if it was maybe resolved mostly by this point, but I went, I did leg presses in a particular way this week that indicated that, oh yeah, no, I still have that problem. I've just successfully redone my workout so that I never twinge this lower back injury, basically. So squats, I just have to do differently than I used to, essentially, in order to not twinge my injury. I messed up my feet and hip running on pavement in high school. Elliptical, one of my favorite exercises now. Right. It's good stuff. A pole and a door frame pull-up bar. I have a door frame pull-up bar. Those are very good. A pole? Like a stripper pole? I mean, yes, that's a good form of exercise, but it's also a whole other skill I have to learn. I just checked back on this chat and found out that 0.75 US dollars is 69 euro, which is nice. Nice, yeah. I like how deserted the gym is now. It's been nice actually being able to use the machines I want without waiting for an hour. True, mama. That's the other thing. I would have been sorely upset by the January crowd, not just because it would be the January crowd, but also because I've gotten used to it being December. Apparently nobody wants to go to the gym in December. Is your back injury related to a hip injury? Maybe. I think that it was something I did during a deadlift, but weirdly, like when I first twinged it or like injured it, it was on the right side, but now it hurts like on the left more. And like, yeah, I assume that I just damaged some connective tissue. But yeah, I have to like angle my feet and my hips differently when I'm doing squats and things. Your body overcompensates to the opposite side. Maybe. I won't ever go to any gym again because of cis people. Yeah. I don't talk to anybody at the gym. Nobody talks to me. So because obviously I'm not like wearing a binder to the gym, so people are probably just going to clock me as a woman at the gym, and I don't talk to anyone, so there's usually never any issue. Others are not so lucky. Okay, we have this UK thing that we still need to talk about. Let me pull it up. Let me get my links. Some people need to learn how to time their rests between sets. Like, I should not be able to go and do 2 different exercises and come back and you're still on leg extensions. Yeah, I think, so I do between like 4 and 5 exercises. And the time that my reps take plus the time between my sets usually has me taking about 10, 12, maybe max 15 minutes on each given exercise. But I have seen people just camp on machines for a long time, and it's like, what are you doing? Or I hate it when people are like, I'm gonna rotate between these 3 machines and still somehow take fucking ages. Because my right hip is busted, I tend to stand on my left leg when I stand still for long periods over years, and that has messed me up. Right. Probably someday I'm going to need back surgery or like, whatever to like reconnect the tendons. Until then, I don't have insurance. I couldn't do without a binder at the gym at all. Yeah, I mean, I wear a mask and I have long hair and I'm not going to wear a binder because I need to be able to breathe. Yeah, so I basically just accept that in that instance, people are going to probably assume that I'm a cis female, and I'm just not going to care about that. That's truly what has gotten me to where I'm at with my process of being trans is that I know that most people are going to perceive me as a cis woman, and I don't care. And it's spectacular. I'm like, wow, what a surprise. This person sees me as a cis woman? Wow. Never could have predicted that. You know, I'm just like, it doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah. Some people's dysphoria just couldn't handle it. An exercise usually takes about 10 to 15 minutes, 2 to 5 minute rest. Next exercise for me, possibly 2 rounds of all the exercises I do, depending on how many different exercises I do. I do 2 warm-up sets of 5 repetitions, and then I do 3 sets of 12. So I feel like it takes me a long time, but I only rest like 30 to 90 seconds. Mostly I'm trying to stick to that 30 seconds between sets. So despite the fact that I'm doing a lot of them, I'm not taking huge rests between. Ooh, gonna try getting a 1-month sub to a regular gym. Hopefully it's gonna be a good time. I would recommend going in the morning. You want your breathing to be even, but heart rate still up. Yeah. So, yeah, I usually try to keep it to that 30 seconds, but if my heart rate and my breathing are still a little bit too out of control, I bring it back down. In the morning, I'm sleeping. Go to the gym in the morning. There's fewer people. Hello, Eric. Welcome back. I'm just taking a couple of notes and then getting my info up to talk about the UK schools thing. I go to the gym at 2 a.m. because it's absolutely empty. I don't do that, but I do go first thing in the morning. Oh, yeah, I don't have like a whole segment in me for this, but I do want to just share with you that the 2 teenagers who, you know, very obviously murdered Brianna Jai have been found guilty of murder. I don't think that they went for the hate crime charges or anything, but they have been convicted, and I don't know what the sentencing is going to be like either, but yay, the, you know, obvious there's no way that they couldn't have been found guilty because of all the evidence that they were there, that they did it, that they talked about doing it, the premeditation of it all, which we went into extensive detail before, and yeah, but they were found guilty, and now they will be sentenced, and we'll see how that goes. Lumberjacking and clearing invasive gorse hedges is a lot of work. True. I'm thinking it's like a huge amount of labor that I would have to do if I purchased some land and decided to start, you know, cultivating it and doing that stuff. It's going to be a huge amount of work. Yeah, wearing a mask definitely helps with the gender ambiguity. There's a reason farmers don't need to go to the gym. True. Okie dokie. Links. Brianna Jai was that teenager, by the way, if you weren't here when we talked about it most recently. This is something about the UK. Here's another thing about the UK. Whoa, where was it? Where did I put it? There it is. I'm going to start a playlist on my channel called Turf Island so that I can keep track of all the times we talk about how terrible things are in the UK for trans people. It's bad. And they continue to escalate their, frankly, like, attacks on trans existence. And in this case, they're going after the kids. When are they gonna stop stooping low? They keep saying like they go low, we go high, but I don't really feel like that's workable anymore. But yeah, anyway, today the government has published guidance for schools for gender questioning children. We did this because many schools told us they didn't know how to deal with this issue. Here's the full thing. We might look at it in a second. There is no general duty on schools to allow a child to socially transition. No child is born in the wrong body. So their official guidance is basically like trans people are not valid. Some children may not like their body and we should help them, but social transitioning is not a neutral act and should only happen in rare circumstances. Outright saying that they think that there should be as few trans people as possible. Social transitioning is not a neutral act. Like, okay, so I think they're implying that it's a negative act. We would say that it's a positive act. Like, I wouldn't say that socially transitioning with a child is gonna, I don't think that that's a neutral act. I think it's a good thing, but she is implying that it's a bad thing. Conversion therapy time. Yeah. Like their official position is we don't need to affirm, and not only do we not need to affirm, but our official position is no child is born in the wrong body, so we won't affirm, is kind of I think that they're saying we won't affirm unless the parents absolutely insist. Yeah, this is, I mean, I don't know that this is like advocating strictly for conversion therapy, but it is social conversion in that sense of, yeah, if we just socially refuse to indulge this behavior, then it will not persist. So they continue, the principle of biological sex is real. Schools and colleges have specific legal duties that are framed by a child's biological sex. Sex is not, quote, assigned at birth. It is observed at birth, and schools need to be aware of this. Gender stereotypes do not define sex. Like, the reason why we're talking about this, guys, is that this is their whole country. It's not like how we do this in the States where, yeah, obviously if you live in Arkansas, they're probably gonna be teaching in the schools that sex is binary and there's no such thing as blah, blah, trans people, like all this. This is their whole country. This is Section 28 all over again. If you're not familiar, Section 28 was the rule in the UK, in Britain, that was like, yeah, you're not allowed to talk about gayness or trans people to a lesser extent. That wasn't like the main focus of it at all in the schools, like until they're in college, basically. So kids couldn't receive support from their teachers if they were experiencing homophobic bullying. If a kid had parents who were not affirming, they couldn't go to any of their teachers and confide. They were not allowed to talk about it. Trans person trying to help a cis person understand dysphoria, saying, it's like I'm in the wrong body. Transphobes screaming. Yeah, they can't handle it. We try to create cute little metaphors to help them understand, and then they go, well, that's not real. It's like, Karen, we're just trying to help you kind of grok the general concept. This is the normalization of we can teach you not to be that, and that will inevitably lead to conversion therapy. Right. Like, the official guidance for a teacher, if a student is like, I think I might be trans, the official guidance is for the teacher to basically respond, no, you're not. Nobody's born in the wrong body. Nobody's trans. I've lost friends to conversion therapy. 2 kids from my state disappeared over one summer. One did not make it to 18. The other made it to age 24. Fuck conversion therapy. Even something that hints toward that end goal, I would like to burn to the ground. Right. I don't think, yeah, like that ideology is something that we should be opposed to. That construct is deeply harmful to people. The third principle is that parents should be included in all decisions relating to a child's requests to socially transition. No one loves children more than their parents, and it is wrong to exclude parents from what can be a pathway to irreversible medical decisions. So first of all, you can't get medical care in the UK without your parents' consent, I'm pretty sure. And you basically can't get medical care as a teenager at all because the wait lists are so long. You know, sometimes people ask, hey, can you put me on the wait list for adults instead? Because the wait list for the kids is so long, I will be an adult by then and I'll have to start all the way over. So I don't know why you're worried about a quote pathway to irreversible medical decisions. It's not like social transitioning means that the kid is going to be able to access the healthcare without their parents' consent. You people are draconic about this. And it's also really awful, and most people maybe don't think about it, but, you know, this position, no one loves children more than their parents. Sometimes parents violently revoke that love when they find out that their kid is trans or gay. And if the kid is confiding in someone at their school and is not telling their parents, it's because the kid is conscious and salient enough to understand that there would be negative consequences, like being subjected to conversion therapy, for example, or being isolated from their friends, or being taken out of school, or being kicked out of their house. Numerous potential consequences, like from parents who, when they find out that their kids are LGBT, become abusive toward those kids. They have like this mindset that being trans is bad, and they will be abusive. Like, you can't always assume that the parents have the best interest at heart, in particular when you're talking about extremely vulnerable kids, like gay and trans kids. So yeah, the forced outing of kids to their parents represents a real tangible physical danger to them, and it just is going to create an environment where kids have zero support. It makes a huge difference for kids to have just one person in their lives who knows their name and affirms their pronouns, and for a lot of kids, that's like their art teacher or their English teacher. Anybody down below, comment in the chat. Did you have an art teacher or an English teacher, or fill in the blank your subject here, who knew or like was your safe haven as a queer kid who couldn't like go to your parents? Stake is a group of wards in the Mormon church. Okay, I was not sure what that was. Good to know. So she continues, fourth, schools and colleges should be respectful and tolerant places where bullying is never tolerated. We should treat each other with compassion and consideration. Like, these people don't understand that they're institutionalizing bullying against trans kids. Like, ooh, I'm gonna tattle on you. I found out something about you and I'm gonna tell your parents, and like, I'm gonna prevent you from having any social support. Like, you've just institutionalized misgendering. My orchestra teacher told my abusive Catholic parents that she thought I was gay. Oh, that's disappointing. I'm so sorry. My art teacher was a closeted gay guy, asked me not to tell anyone. I hung out with him on lunch breaks as a young pan kid getting bullied. Thank you, law professor in college. There you go. People need to have a person that they can go to. Like, kids deserve to be able to confide in a teacher and to trust that that teacher is going to make sure that they're safe. And sometimes that means keeping that information to themselves. My art teacher and the secretary at the guidance office were safe people for me to talk to. Let's see. Yeah, my parents knew, but they did not want to hear about my problems, so I had to take care of things myself. It's depressing. So, yes. Also, we should not be compelling speech or attacking others because of their beliefs or identity. This is just stepping our way into enshrining gender-critical beliefs as a protected status that's equivalent to gender in terms of protected status, which is just a horrendous thing to do. There's also a new bill introduced in Missouri which will force teachers to out trans kids to their parents if it passes. I think that bill constitutes compelled speech. Agreed, yeah. Is that not? I guess they're gonna treat it like mandatory reporting. Like, if you're a therapist and so you're legally required to go to the police about certain types of abuse, is that compelled speech? Kind of, but it's apparently like acceptable compelled speech. So they will argue that this is like a mandatory reporting type situation where they're justified in doing it because of course the parents should know. Like, you know what I mean? They're not really gonna have a solid argument except parents' rights. which again, this is like a conflict between the hypothetical idea of parents' rights, the parents' rights to know everything about their children, I guess, versus a child having the right to some amount of privacy. Like, literally, it's just like, does a child deserve the right to privacy from their parents? This is one of those situations where we have a conflict, and children are one of those groups that ends up stuck in this position so often that, like, they don't, like, that their rights are being limited by the idea that their parents just, like, should be able to know everything about them, as though that's integral to them, like, being able to do their parenting. The schools would need to involve social services and possibly law enforcement when outing a child to transphobic parents. In order to do it safely, like, I don't know. I'm not sure how you would, if it's possible to do it in a way that isn't inherently harmful. It compels people to be transphobic. Yeah, I think outing someone without their consent is transphobic. Finally, she says, we outlined that schools and colleges have duties to safeguard and promote the welfare of all children, not just for those making a request for social transition, but all the children in a school. Knowing a child's sex is critical to a school's safeguarding duties. So they're saying trans people don't have a right to privacy. The school has a vested interest in knowing what their sex is, because, you know, she's saying when we need to attend to the needs of all children in a school, she's saying if transphobic people do not want their children to be around trans people, for example, in bathrooms and locker rooms, then we are going to prioritize those people's feelings over the rights of trans people to exist in public. That's pretty much what that means. Just want to, like, give you a little translation of what that means. They are saying that, like, trans people do not have a right to privacy. And trans children in particular do not have a right to privacy. Having a meeting that involves a social worker and a cop with the understanding that if anything happens to the child, the parent has serious problems. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're going to put all these resources into a welfare check, essentially, like, if you're going to, okay, we have to out you to your parents, but we will make sure you're safe by having a cop and a social worker there. Like, you know, is that gonna prevent the parent from doing the horrible thing that they were? It's like kicking the kid out is already illegal, you know? So it's like, you know, what increased scrutiny is that gonna put on it? It really irks me that people treat kids as if they are not people yet. I know, people just absolutely don't respect the rights of young folks to be, like, to have privacy, to have autonomy, to be able to make their own decisions as far as being vaccinated or being on birth control, any of these things. Like, why do you think that 15-year-olds are idiots? Yes, they don't know everything. Yes, they still need help making decisions. But, you know, that's, like, part of the point of parental consent in that instance. And again, it's already not really possible in the NHS, as far as I understand it, for a minor child to get this kind of health care without a parental consent. So it's not as though this is, like, safeguarding children from getting inappropriate medical care or something. It's just preventing them from having a safe space to socially transition if they have unaccepting parents. And of course, yeah, Charlotte points out the next logical step of there being fewer or no trans kids is that there are no trans adults, and that there are eventually no gender nonconforming people either. They're explicitly stating that we should only allow social transition in rare circumstances. Like, who's deciding when that should be allowed? You're just saying we're going to stand opposed to it unless the parents really firmly insist. A silent genocide, yeah. So laws like this are passing in the United States as well. Someone sent me a link about one that is working through in South Carolina, I think. South Carolina bill making schools say that it's false to use trans people's pronouns. So this might be another instance where we might call this compelled speech. It must be the policy of every public K-12 educational institution provided in this state that the sex of a person is an immutable biological trait and that it is false to ascribe to a person a pronoun that does not correspond to such person's sex. So this would dictate in South Carolina. There's one working through in Missouri. You know, it's all over my country. It's happening as well. And I think this law goes further than most other ones in the US, but like the one in the UK also goes much further than most of the ones in the US. Late and Fruity, welcome in, Uncomfy. Hello! Yeah, this one I think is like basically like a violation of free speech. An employee or contractor of a public K-12 educational institution may not provide to a student his or her preferred personal title or pronouns if such preferred personal title or pronouns do not correspond to his or her sex. And of course, they're gonna believe that like, oh, sex is like the one that was assigned at birth. There is no such thing as a sex that was not assigned at birth, I guess. No, the student can't misgender the teacher because that's also doesn't correspond with their sex. So, you know, you're not allowed to misgender cis people either. So it's equal. You're not allowed to do it to cis people. Everybody has to be called. I'm just making the argument that like, yes, you're still allowed to get married like everybody else. You can get married to someone of the opposite sex, you know? That's the joke that I was making. I'm seeing if there's anything else particular in this South Carolina one. I don't really know that we need to go into any detail about it. It's just like, oh, yay, more transphobia. I will say about the South Carolina bill, when responding to the bill, a local pediatrician, Dr. Michael O'Brien, offered the bill's sponsor his insight into the bill, stating that it's, quote, a cruel bill designed specifically to harm trans South Carolinians, and offering to discuss the bill with him. Excuse me. However, Representative Pace responded by telling him that it is, quote, cruel to affirm transgender people and that instead he should, quote, repent and hope that, quote, the Lord shows him mercy. These are the people who are running our country. Horrendous. Also, the idea that sex is not assigned is literally factually false. Yes, of course, intersex conditions are often not visible, and when they are, they will literally assign a sex and give them non-consensual surgery. Yeah, every single one of these bills has an exception for doing corrective surgeries on intersex babies and their genitals and their reproductive organs. They make it okay to remove perfectly healthy organs from those children. That's fine. But yeah, and then that's also, you can't know until later if they're gonna grow up with a sex difference of some sort. But yeah, it's only observed, okay? This is how they position themselves as like being on the side of facts and logic, whatever, is that they go, it's not like, you know, we're assigning something. These are the people who don't understand that the construct of binary sex isn't of itself like a stupid social construct. Intersex people are forced to socially transition as well. That's, yeah, of course. So yeah. A lot of the same type of stuff going on in numerous countries, and people generally not understanding why this is horrendous, or people do understand why it's horrendous and they just want to harm trans people anyway. Dirk Gently? I am not paying attention to whomst. Anyway. I'm sure we'll be seeing more and more of this. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Observed and assigned sex is basically the same, and the observation of intersex or suspected to be intersex kids is often ignored or misdocumented. Like with me, they outright lied to me and my parents. Yeah, doctors do weird stuff like that as well. They will just say, oh, you know, we decided to do this or whatever. You know, it's just, they'll say, oh, this kid will definitely get cancer, so you need to sign off on this surgery. And there's, like, not really any evidence that an intersex person who's born with internal testes is at any increased risk of cancer. They're healthy body parts unless otherwise indicated. Like, removing them preventatively just because they might be cancerous later because you just assume that intersex bodies are unnatural and will become cancerous. Yeah, they call it a deformity, which has to be corrected. It's ironic that they say we indoctrinate people as if they don't assign gender to the dumbest things for no reason, and then demand you follow it. It's very cult-like. Welding and splitting wood is for men. Only women can wear dresses and bake cookies. This is much more than mere fabric and having fun. Blasphemer! Yeah, ascribing all of these behaviors to an ontological, quintessentially gendered soul. And they accuse us of relying on gender and sex stereotypes, like, oh, gender is not a stereotype. Meanwhile, they always do this. It's the TERFs especially. They go, wear whatever you want. You know, you don't need to be a different gender. And then Harry Styles wears a dress and they get so fucking mad. Having breasts increases your chance of breast cancer. If that's a good enough reason to remove them from intersex boys, then shouldn't we also be protecting cis girls from cancer by removing their breasts? This should, in fact, be a breastless society. Yeah. Like, I don't think that boys having breasts, like, that they have an increased risk of breast cancer than girls who might have breasts. But, you know, the fact that they have any risk of breast cancer at all is unacceptable, I guess. In families that have the BRCA2 gene, I do think that men are sometimes, they do sometimes get breast cancer, but obviously, like, it's just in that area and not like they have titty. Stateless, classless, moneyless, boobless society. This is the future the left wants. True. We want men to cut off their dicks. We want women to cut off their tits. We want moneyless, classless, stateless, no sex characteristics society. Everyone has to be androgynous all the time. Ow. And no one is allowed to have gender. Gender will be canceled permanently in the future. No more gender. Canceled. Ken or Barbie. That's it. No bits. It's the opposite of the cyborg future where we have interchangeable genital parts that we can just... Like, you know, that's the detaching and reattaching hydraulics sounds, if you were confused. Also a good point to make, conversion therapy commonly uses pornography to help retrain the mind of these children. How is that not abuse? Corrective rape was common in those institutions till the 90s when many were shut down. Yeah. The horrendous things that have happened to our people are just far, far too extensive to list. And people think, oh, well, you have a Pride Month, which means that you're accepted in society now. Like, are you for serious? Like, people use electroshock therapy while we're like, they basically, what is it they do with the using pornography to help retrain the mind in conversion therapy? They have you like look at gay porn and then they use electroshock therapy on you so that you associate gay arousal with like being shocked, which, you know, some people will joke like it just gave me a shock fetish, but like it's still, you know, obviously a fucked up thing to do to somebody. As an intersex gender nonconforming person, this makes me feel like I am the next stage of human evolution. Sterile, beautiful and leftist. They also stimulate serotonin when showing them straight porn. Ooh. So they drug you to stimulate serotonin release when showing you straight porn. God, that's disgusting. Dilbert, I feel like maybe you stepped away for a minute and then came back, but I recently just said that when I go out in public, I assume that most people are going to assume that I am a cis female and that I don't correct them because I don't care. So, yeah, the answer to your question is no, I don't correct people in public about my gender. Because why would I do that? Unless it's like an environment that I plan on being in and like these are my friends. And even then, sometimes I don't, you know? The stimulating serotonin thing doesn't work. It doesn't mean that they have stopped using it. It's just torture for profit. True. So why should we care so much to make things laws? What are you talking about? What laws are you talking about, dude? I think that you don't have a very clear idea of what is really actually happening in the world with regards to what laws about trans people are passing. You know, we've been going over this on my show for a long time. A bunch of bills are passing in the United States that are rolling back trans rights. There aren't any bills passing that are advancing trans rights as far as like starting to enshrine protection for our pronouns in the law, you know? And if someone is telling you that, then they're lying to you. And I want you to be more, like, curious and look into things yourself. Because it sounds like you're about to do a Jordan Peterson on me. It kind of sounds like you're about to do, oh, well, in Canada, they made it illegal to use the wrong pronouns. Like, they created workplace harassment protections. You tell me, how are all these laws going after trans rights? How do any of these laws actually cause you harm? Ooh, thank you so much for asking, Dilbert. Well, I live in the great state of Kansas, where I have just recently had my right to legally change my sex revoked. So I changed my legal sex years ago, and I am having it revoked from me. And my name is also on a list that the Attorney General has in his office because I changed my legal sex sometime in the past. So, you know, that means that if I were to get a job where I was trying to hide the fact that I'm trans, I will be outed immediately by my documentation. And Kansas already had limitations on this that were saying that you had to, like, physically transition to some extent. So it's not like we had, like, a self-declaration. I had to physically transition and get medical documentation to then ask the state to affirm my legal sex change. And I did that. And then they are revoking it retroactively, which shouldn't be legal, but whatever. And then additionally, the state of Kansas just made it so that trans people are legally not allowed to use the public restroom of, quote, the opposite sex. And not just public restrooms, but also access to, like, rape crisis centers and locker rooms and, like, schools, like, any other spaces that are gender segregated. You know, you're required to use the ones that you were assigned at birth. And the fun thing about that is that if you are gender nonconforming in any way, and, like, listen, there are cisgender women out there who are questioned when they try to enter the bathroom. So, like, I, being a person who has actually changed my body and stuff, like, I feel like I'm well within the realm of people who might get questioned in the bathroom, even if I do try to use the female restroom, which is the one that I was assigned at birth, you know? Like, actually, that's the space where there's going to be more scrutiny on what people look like and sound like. So if I go to the restroom that I'm supposed to go to when I'm in public, I'm at risk of having the cops called on me or being assaulted or harassed just for trying to use the public restroom. And that's me trying to follow the law, you know, as opposed to me having the right to choose whichever bathroom is going to be safer for me in a given instance, you know? Like, if I know for sure that I look like a male that day, which I do sometimes, I could go use the men's restroom and not worry that I am breaking the law by doing it. Or, like, you know, frequently I'm going to choose to go to the gender neutral option if there is one, or I'll just hold it in public because I usually don't want to deal with this question anyway. But yeah, I no longer have the ability to use public restrooms without being worried that someone is going to call the cops on me, that I might get arrested. So I've had 2 of my rights severely curtailed in the state. I was born here also. Like, I was born here. I've paid taxes here my entire life. Like, bathroom laws increase employment discrimination for us significantly and increases the chances that we'll be assaulted in the bathroom, which is already a significant risk for trans people. Yeah. Like, if you have a workplace, for example, that doesn't have a gender neutral bathroom, okay, so maybe you're stealth at work. So you have to either be breaking the law to continue to be stealth and have people not know that you're trans, or you have to start outing yourself by going to the opposite bathroom. Yeah, one of our legislators pre-filed a bathroom bill this month, you know. So, you know, Dilbert, you can try to catch me out and be like, oh, how is any of this directly harming you? Like, it is directly harming me and a lot of people that I love and care about, you know. There is a trans teenager in my family who has been basically at risk of having their hormones taken away because of the fact that these, like, things are trying to, like, restrict access to people under the age of 18. Like, he's already on the care, and they were trying to take it away. Yeah, don't let him change the subject until he acknowledges what you said. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to say anything. He kind of wasn't saying anything for a while. Yeah, please, God, give us unisex bathrooms with stalls only. Yeah, we had a stealth person at work had to have a workplace meeting when women were confused seeing him in the female bathroom. This is what it does. You know, you're sending trans men into the women's bathroom. You're trying to prevent men from being in the women's bathroom, but you're just putting them in there on purpose, right? So you can see how I'm not just making shit up. Chuds love to redirect when confronted with facts. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I don't need this anymore. I don't really need this anymore either. We're mostly done. A trans man who used a women's restroom in order to follow the rules was beaten for it. Yeah, we went over that a long time ago. It was, what was it? It was a guy at a... But there needs to be a compromise. What compromise, dude? You keep saying there needs to be a compromise, but then you don't answer me when I ask you what you mean by that. Here's my compromise position. Stop trying to restrict the rights of trans people to exist in public spaces. Like, what compromise is there? I have the right to use a fucking bathroom. Trans women have the right to get changed in the locker room. Like, it's not complicated. No. What do you mean? Compromise what? What rights do you think I should be willing to give up, Dilbert? That's the question, you know? You think I should be willing to give up my right to exist in public. That's not a compromise. That's me being, like, willingly accepting oppressive circumstances, willingly accepting being treated like a second-class citizen. Of course, he can't answer. Like, the compromise is leave me alone. Like, you are causing the problem, not you specifically, Dilbert, because you're not the one passing any of these laws, but, like, because of the fact that trans people have been using the bathrooms without any problem for literally longer than both of us have been alive, there is no reason to restrict our rights. You have to come up with a very good reason to segregate people. I don't care about your opinion about how I look. Like, I look feminine right now because you can see some of my characteristics, like my hair. If I put my hair up under the hat and I, like, wear a hoodie, you know, it's a totally different situation. But you know, you can't go based on, like, my appearance right now. And then, like, also stop trying to fucking redirect. Like, you need to explain to me why you think trans people should like give up any of their public access. You know, like that's what I'm saying. If you want to restrict trans women from participating in sports, or if you want to keep trans people out of the bathrooms, you have to have a damn good reason, because we've been doing this just fine. We've been using whatever bathroom we are comfortable with. I don't care. It's not about me personally being affected by this. Answer my question. Why do you think trans people need to be restricted? No, like, women's safety is not at risk. There is no compromise to women's safety. We've been doing this our entire lives. Trans women have been using the bathrooms. Trans men have been using the bathrooms. Nothing has ever happened to a cis woman because a trans woman was able to use the bathroom. It is already illegal for someone to commit an assault in the bathroom. So, like, having anti-trans laws is not going to stop someone from going into a bathroom and harming someone. They're not going to pretend to be a woman in order to enter that space. They're just going to go in and do the harm if they're going to do the harm, okay? Women's safety is not protected by barring trans women from the bathroom. You are compromising women's safety by doing that, because trans women are women who are also at risk of being assaulted. So why are you trying to put those vulnerable people in, like, a different space? There has never been a situation where a trans person has assaulted someone in the bathroom. And if you can come up with one example, that's still not a good enough reason to restrict, like, the rights of, like, literally thousands and thousands of Americans. Explain to me how men in the bathroom has anything to do with trans women. Trans women using the bathroom has nothing to do with women, or sorry, has nothing to do with men's behavior. You can't restrict the rights of all trans people because you think some men might have done something bad at some hypothetical point. If you want to restrict someone's rights, you have to demonstrate, like, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that someone else is more important, basically, like that like some other harm is happening. There is no harm to trans women using the bathroom, but there is harm in restricting their right to use the bathroom. Did you know, Dilbert, that trans people have a much higher instance of urinary tract infections and bladder infections than the rest of the population because we hold our pee all the time? Like, we have measurable negative health impacts. And also, like, the more you hold your pee, the more likely it is that you're gonna, like, have bladder failure and be incontinent later in your life. So these are things that can cause permanent long-term health consequences for us. And but we're worried about how cis women feel about trans people being in the bathroom. Like, who cares? I feel like there is a solution. Yeah, I feel like there is a solution, and it's the thing we've been doing our entire lives, which is letting trans people use the bathroom. It's not complicated. It's not hard. Like, leave us alone. Cis women are statistically the most supportive of trans people anyway. That's true. When he says we should compromise, he says your rights should be compromised. True. Big just kill half the Jews energy. Listen. Oh, God. Even the feelings argument is based in bullshit, truly. Dilbert, can you please just acknowledge that the solution to this problem is to stop trying to restrict trans people's rights? You're like, I feel like, you know, we can end the stream on a good note if you can just acknowledge that there is absolutely no reason to restrict trans people's access to public bathrooms. I feel like we can meet there, you know? We can get there. Oh, you're just gonna leave now? It's always going to come down to them not believing we're women. Yeah, of course. You are just as responsible for male violence as men are because you are a man, like essentially is what they believe. Excuse me. I think Dilbert's gonna leave. He said, I wish you great personal success in 2024 in response to me saying, hey, can you please just admit that I'm right? Oh boy. Excuse me. Oh, Hassan. I still have Hassan open. I don't really need that. So, I just want to say, we're getting close to the end of the year. Oh my god, Arcadian Goose. Oh my god. Okay, thank you. I was in the middle of about to say something, but thank you for the $50 dono. Merry Luxmas. Thanks for all the content this year. Best wishes for 2024. Listen, thank you. That's deeply appreciated. That's Christmas dinner right there. Thank you very much. I really sincerely... You guys have been generous today. I appreciate it. I know it's Christmas time and y'all are spending money on your families and everything, so... Seriously, thank you very much. Make a big difference to me. Thank you. Dick's true. Arcadian Goose, I like how you just lurkin too. You just lurkin and then just like drops $50 dono. But no, I was about to say, we're getting toward the end of the year, and of course it's that time when you start really mulling over how are things going? And I am busting my ass all the time to get content out on the channel, and it's paying off. In that, the views are going up. We're getting more subscribers and stuff right now. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you all for hanging out with us. You kind of obviously are the main thing that makes the show. I could sit here and just talk and have nobody here, but it would be way less interesting. So, you make the show what it is. And when you like, share, subscribe, comment, donate, all that shit, it materially helps me toward my eventual goals, which is at this moment paying off my credit cards. And then eventually more things, more good things. So yeah, thank you. You make it possible. Charlotte. Yeah, you had to make sure Arcadian Goose has a colored name. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to Arcadian Goose. Good grief, you guys. I'm we've already blown out the stream goal. So I'm not adding it to the total at this point. We've blown it out. It's green. It's all the way green. It can't go any higher. It's gonna break the thermometer. You're all the best. Thank you. Your streams are a vibe. Thank you. Okay? We vibe. It's a good time. It's a good show. I hope that you're all enjoying. And my 2-year anniversary is basically in February, so expect there to be a decent amount of soppy, appreciative commentary, because yeah, it's very meaningful as a disabled person to be able to do something that you feel like you're good at and you can make a decent amount of money doing and be feeling successful in. So yay. Ooh ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Do we have anything else we should cover today? Let me see real quick. Let me make sure that there was nothing else that I had in my notes for today. That's the right button. Lux's disability is being too cool for society. Fuck true. That's what autism is. Good night, Mersh. Yeah, is that what autism is? You're just too cool for society. Finding your stream helped me drastically through my early transition last year and this year. There you go. I came late. Did you cover the Brianna Jai verdict? We didn't really go in depth, but we did kind of just briefly. Yeah, they passed down the verdict, guilty verdict. Teenage trans girl in the UK was killed, and they're at least gonna charge the murderers. They're being sentenced. Yeah, we don't know what the sentencing is gonna be. They, I think, did not attempt to pursue a hate crime charge. They were maybe that's a separate question of the case. I don't know. But at least the murder charge, yeah, they definitely have. So that's good at the very minimum. The judge said something that made it sound like it might be life. Yeah, I don't know how it works at all in the UK. Is there, like, I think the way that it works in the US is that the prosecutor will suggest to the judge what they think is an appropriate amount of time to be served. And then, like, the judge kind of decides based off that suggestion and their own, like, interpretation. So, yeah, I don't know how it works in the UK. Maybe it's all under the purview of the judge, all of the sentencing. I would have to look into it a little bit more. So, why is judge not spelled judge? J-U-J-J? J-U-J-J. She told the two convicted killers, quote, "I will have to impose a life sentence. What I have to decide is the minimum amount of time you will be required to serve before you might be considered for release." Oh, okay. So she is saying that, like, based on the precedent in the UK, for the charge of murder in the first degree is effectively what it would be. She is required to impose a life sentence. Her discretion as the judge is to decide when they might be eligible for parole if they are on good behavior on their life sentence, I guess. And I guess she could set that as, like, you don't get to have an amount of time. Life sentence in the UK means 10 years max. Really? A life sentence? Wait. No, it's not. A life sentence means a life sentence. Your stream has been very helpful as a non-binary person with quite a bit of gender fluidity. I have imposter syndrome often, and your personal journey has helped me with my path quite a bit. Thank you for being such an amazing human that's willing to share your thoughts and journey with us. Thank you. I am shameless in... I don't care whether people think I'm true trans or not, so if I can, pass any of that off to you, then I'm happy to do so. But yeah, a life sentence in the UK means exactly what it sounds like, but they will be eligible for... They'll essentially be eligible for parole or release at some later time. If she decides to give them that option, which I do think that she might have the option not to give them that. Like, the equivalent sentence in the U.S. would be life without parole. The minimum for murder is 15 years. Depends on the judge. Are there different degrees of murder? Like, if it was like a third degree, like, crime of passion murder, as opposed to a premeditated thing? Because this would be equivalent to murder in the first degree in the U.S. Like, you thought about it, you planned it, you talked about it, and you made it real. You made it happen. So, yeah. And I don't know what's typical, like, I don't actually know what's typical for a murder charge in the UK. But we'll see. I wasn't expecting to get the conviction. Well, yeah, so I guess, yeah, the trial was 3 weeks ago. Well, the trial started 3 weeks ago, I should say. The prosecution laid out their case first, and then the defense probably laid out their case the following week, and I just missed that news. And then, yeah, the verdict has just been passed down today. So, yeah, 3 weeks since the prosecution. I'm guessing that the sentencing will probably happen next week? Next week, maybe? Excuse me. I do think the way that they talked about it should be taken into account, too. They said they wanted to see if she screamed like a girl. I think some people are just psychopaths and beyond rehabilitation. Yeah, they said all kinds of fucked up shit, not just about her, but about the other. They were like planning to maybe hurt other people too. Murder is a life sentence. Some murder you will be considered for release at 15 years. Crimes of passion may fall into this. That's what I was able to understand with a small amount of research. Of course, grain of salt. Americans try and understand the legal systems of other places. Our own legal system is complicated. Imagine trying to understand another country. That's what I've chosen to do. And I hope that people appreciate that, I guess. Like, I don't know how many other American trans people are also taking as much time as I do talking about, international transphobia, particularly in the UK. In the UK, I'm sure murdering a trans girl is the only point in their favor, honestly. I guess it sort of depends on whether the judge is transphobic. If the judge is transphobic, she'll probably give the least amount of, like, the lowest number of years before they would reconsider and do potential for release. Or maybe she'll consider their age because they were 15 at the time that they committed the crime. She might be like, well, it's a life sentence, but we'll reconsider you for release in 15 years because of how young you are. I could see that being another reason for them to potentially get, like, the least amount of punishment possible. And then it depends on their behavior in the prison, I guess. Like, are they going to be crazy? Who knows? What's up, Jira? We've had a long stream today. We've had a chud hanging out in the YouTube chat, which has been pretty fun. And obviously a little bit frustrating at times, but, we so rarely get chuds. We'll keep this one as a pet. But I am getting to that point. We've been going for 4 hours. A lot of the time on Wednesdays, I go ahead and call it after 4 hours because I am hungry. I need to eat dinner and then chill out for a little bit and then hopefully sleep some so that I can go to the gym tomorrow. Except maybe I have therapy tomorrow instead. I don't know. I think I maybe accidentally double booked myself for therapy and gym on the same day. Sad. I know I'm not like a regular chatter or anything, but Lux, you've been one of a few regular streamers I keep coming back to, helping me feel more secure in myself for the past year or so. Just had my 2-year HRT anniversary last month, so looking forward to like 50 more years. High five. Thank you. I really appreciate you. We'll hit up the Patreon. Yes, Patreon I can budget around. It's wonderful. Delicious. Have your therapist work out with you? True. I'll just bring her to the gym with me. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I'll plan on seeing you on Sunday, and I hope that you have a good week. Look forward to Christmas. Happy solstice. Tomorrow is Yule. So for any of you pagan heathens out there, hopefully you have a fun time.